races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239. Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
High top of the city, far from what we know. Exposed is the valley and the dregs we throw. We lie in abundance to the neon light, made to endure the flames you ignite. Ooh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going out that door, yeah. Ooh, it's a shame you
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, Jameis looked good last night. We'll talk about the NFL. A lot of college football to get to with the Alliance happening later on. More developing news that we talked about yesterday from down at Auburn. And I've got a romantic comedy involving NASCAR.
Really?
I'm in.
That we'll tell you about later. Stop, LT. That look says it all. A romantic comedy involving NASCAR that we'll talk about at some point during the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Scott Forrester from the next round on our Tuesday, week 2. I guess this would be like episode 7 if we're going to be one of those shows that count.
Hey,
let's don't do that.
Isn't that how, not to jump the gun on your story coming up on this romantic comedy that includes NASCAR, but isn't that how Jeff Gordon, isn't that how he fell in love? Wasn't it in the
She was a Winston girl, wasn't she, Dunaway?
I think she was a Winston girl and then turned into a
Gold digger?
Not a supermodel, but a model.
I'll tell you, I saw her one time at the Ritz-Carlton in Buckhead.
Really?
At the bar. And this was the post-breakup. Strong.
Oh, yeah, and she's fairly tall. Like Jeff Gordon, I always pictured back in the day having to use a stepladder.
Yeah. I didn't notice that as much because Jeff Gordon, I don't know if I've ever met Jeff Gordon. I know you have. You've interviewed him a couple of times. What is he, 5'7"?
He is short and short-tempered at times, believe it or not.
Really?
Were you not there at the time? Scott Forrester may remember it. I shut down local TV interviews at Talladega one year, and I love Jeff Gordon, and this was totally my fault. But he won, and he was going to come do every local media an interview, but they were pressed for time, and they said one question only for each one.
Which is stupid. Like, what
Okay.
can I do in one question?
Okay, so one question. Well, he is sitting down, and as soon as they get the mic on him, all I did was he had some of those, remember those charity bracelets and, fight cancer and remember this kid or remember that kid? He had 3 or 4 of those on, and I said, man, it's cool you wear those. What's the story behind, that one right there? And he told me the story behind each one of them, blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, so on turn 4, and to end the race, that's the big turn, blah, blah, blah. And the handler, Jeff didn't get mad, but the handler went crazy.
Well, you asked one question too.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's 2 questions.
Well, one was
everybody knows the rules, right?
No, that's what the handler said, LT. But to me, I was just making conversation.
I
didn't really count that one.
Yeah, but everybody else in the media room was probably like, what a jerk.
Yeah, I think
Taking our time.
I think they pulled Jeff and walked away, and I can't remember if Spiegel and Forrester and Patrick and those guys at 3340. I think Fox 6 convinced him to come back and join their live show. But Rick Carley was not a big fan of me at that.
But
on that
Spiegel
day.
and the guys were next in line, right? And you ruined it for them.
Yeah, and the handler remembered that forever. Every time he'd see me at Daytona or Talladega, he's like, "No,
You're
Jeff,
the guy."
No, it was like the soup Nazi. No Jeff Gordon
No,
for you.
I'll tell you
no
this.
Jeff Gordon for you.
Our man Jeff Puritan, who is the old Josh Maxson, fair, right?
Yeah.
He's the guy that is the sports information person that closely shadows Nick Saban, right?
Correct.
Back in our radio days, back in forever ago, I did a show with a guy named Brian Straw. You guys remember Brian?
The Straw Man.
Brian, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the Straw Man, I didn't realize had a history with Jeff Puritan and Nick Saban.
Well, that's pretty random.
Some kind of controversial question he asked at some golf tournament, some random golf tournament when Straw was doing radio in Mobile, and it followed him with Puritan to the days up in Birmingham.
He did not forget, huh?
No, and anytime Puritan would be around Straw, he had that gaze.
Yeah. No Saban for you.
Yeah,
Brian Straw.
that's the way it was. So those guys don't forget, man.
They
Right.
don't forget. And really, I mean, it's a long day, those NASCAR weekends. I can't remember which race it was, but it was a long weekend for that handler guy. And I can't remember. He ended up being a really nice guy, but that was a mistake.
You know what it is?
By me early on.
It's the typical bully at school. I would say this, and I'm not trying to be a psychiatrist here. I would say the majority of bullies are taking out their frustrations from a home life, from a bad home life, maybe from an abusive parent, and they do that to another kid. That's what that handler was doing. Jeff Gordon was abusing him, so he had an opportunity to take it out on you.
That's very deep, Lance.
Yeah. More.
It's as deep as I'll go on a Tuesday.
More on doc calls right here. You can call up LT today and talk to him about any of your
I knew
psychological.
Jameis was going to be the starting quarterback. I said this last year.
There's no doubt.
205-734-0923, 205-734-0923, and all of our platforms as you watch us today on YouTube and on Twitch and on Periscope. And I see Facebook up and rolling, so good morning to all of you guys there today, and Next Round Live on Twitter. Jameis Winston, as Ben writes in, Jameis obviously went to Michelson, LT, so much better in New Orleans now that he can see clearly.
You know, I had this conversation with somebody, believe it or not, at that party Saturday night about LASIK and the difference, 20, 25 years ago, baseball players, when their eyes would go out, there's nothing you could do about it. I mean, you could wear contacts, but you didn't have the ability to get LASIK surgery. And so many guys now in the big leagues get LASIK surgery done. And Jameis, he got it done, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, there's that famous photo of him squinting to see the scoreboard.
Yep.
And
looked like he had a bad taste of eating a W.
Yeah, it did. One of the weirdest things I've ever seen was that.
But amazing that the number one overall pick, where your livelihood is about accuracy and throwing into these tight windows, and why he wouldn't have got this procedure done years and years ago makes no sense.
It really doesn't. I'm with you on that because vision for a quarterback is slightly important.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the vision now, and it's his job. I mean, Taysom Hill is not a professional quarterback. Taysom Hill is a professional football player. He's a good player. He does a lot of things for you. He brings a lot of things to the table, but he's not a professional quarterback. As much as Sean Payton wants to shoehorn him into that role, that's not what Taysom Hill is.
Brown, it's going to be just like it was. Just put Jameis in place of Drew Brees. They'll still have that package with Taysom Hill. That's just what Sean Payton loves. But Jameis will be the starter. He's just the better quarterback. He's more talented. Here's the stat, Brown. I know you saw this too, and LT, you saw this. But for those that may have not who are watching us, ESPN Stats and Info last night, 53.3 yards is how far the touchdown pass that Jameis threw last night went in the air. It is the longest touchdown pass for the Saints in preseason, regular season, or postseason since 2016 that a pass for a touchdown has gone that far in the air. Drew Brees couldn't throw it down the field anymore.
No, he couldn't. We always saw the air yardage for Drew Brees, and it was one of the worst in the league. Now, he was still completing passes. They were still moving the ball down the field, but they weren't doing it in big chunks. And Winston is not afraid. Now, sometimes it gets him in trouble, but he's not afraid to throw the ball down the field.
No, a couple of things, yeah. Drew Brees hasn't had that arm strength in years, but this is going to be the new metric.
Yep.
Because I saw it 2 nights ago for Ben Roethlisberger.
What, air yards?
Yeah, air yards. Traveled 42.5 or whatever the number was.
It's the metric you use when a quarterback is getting old.
Yeah,
That's the metric you use. He doesn't throw the ball down the field anymore. Everything's dink and dunk.
But that metric wouldn't be used for Jameis Winston unless they were reverting back to how old Drew Brees was, because I think we forget Jameis Winston is 27 years old.
That's right. He's got his whole career in front of him.
Like Derrick King is almost as old as Jameis Winston. Yeah, he's only 27.
That is baffling to me that Jameis Winston, I would have guessed he's already in his 30s.
So you think about this. This could be a resurgence.
Jameis Winston?
Yes. It seems like he's been in the league forever.
His national championship was 2013.
Well, I know. How long ago does that seem?
Yeah, but that's
2013.
It's almost a decade.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying,
his freshman year.
If he has a resurgence with one of the best innovative offensive coaches in football, and Sean Payton, you could have another good 10 years if you're Jameis Winston.
You definitely could. And Louis Riddick said it 1,000 times in that game last night. And he's right. It's the best move Jameis Winston's ever made to get with Sean Payton. It's going to be a revival for his career. He's not going to be Drew Brees, but I think he'll succeed in that system. I really do.
I still think, and look, Michael Thomas, we don't know when he's going to come back. He's going to miss the start of the regular season. Marquez Callaway looked really good.
Undrafted out of Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's hard to believe because, look, not that he had great quarterbacks around him, but you saw his skill set at Tennessee on display sometimes. And some of the grabs he made last night, and really the second touchdown, really surprised they didn't at least review that. Well, I guess they review all scoring plays.
Yeah.
It looked like he might have dropped that, though, and they didn't make a bigger deal in the booth on that. I still think Jameis will revert back to the old Jameis that we saw years ago and will still turn the football over, but he's a good option.
But isn't that the case, Brown, of choosing the right school to go to at the right time? Because here's a guy that goes undrafted, and he's obviously got talent, but in his days at Tennessee, he didn't have anyone to distribute him the football or an offense that made him look better to where his draft stock would go up. That's why you see people really gravitate to certain universities because they know the talent around them. sure, there'll be a lot of talented people around you, but they can also highlight you, right?
Right,
I mean,
absolutely.
Does Devontae Smith goes where he went in the draft if he's at Tennessee?
Well, there's no doubt that both Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, when Waddle was healthy, were helped by one another.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they had a first-round draft pick thrown them the football to begin with. I mean, let's just start there. And a first-round draft pick running back in the backfield and some pretty good NFL offensive linemen protecting all those players. But your coverage was improved by the fact that you played on a team initially with Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, and Jalen Waddle. I mean, that only helped Devontae Smith. So, yeah, absolutely, it benefits you to go where better guys are. You're naturally going to be on better teams.
The Saints have been looking for that second weapon to complement Michael Thomas for so long. Callaway might be that guy.
Could be the guy. And it's exciting to see Jameis in that offense because great play calling and a second shot at it for him. AU Chase on the chat says, looking forward to Jameis being aggressive against the Gravediggers. Hey, he'll have an opportunity if he's ever on our show or ever bumps into me to say, I can't believe you dogged me all these years, Dunaway. But, he was throwing interceptions left and right for my favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
When you throw 30 over an NFL season, I mean, that's just, you can't win games. And that was a 500 team. The year before Tampa goes on and wins a Super Bowl with Tom Brady. Again, you cut down on those turnovers. You guys probably win 10 or 11 games that year.
But now let's dial it back a little bit here. That was a preseason game against the team that was picking first last year.
Brown, don't come in here and try to shut down the hyperbole of the Jameis Winston love on this Tuesday.
I put the over-under right now at 7.5 for the Saints. I haven't even seen their team total, but I would put it at 7.5.
Let me tell you, the way you beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is over the top and throwing it deep. You don't beat them on that front seven, right? And the Saints they beat them one time badly, had them beat in the playoffs with Drew Brees dinking and dunking. To be able to open it up and throw it deep, it was Jameis Winston in the playoffs, right? What do you do? Flea flicker through a touchdown deep.
Yeah.
That's how you beat Tampa Bay. So there's two games they got a better shot at with Jameis.
Brown brings up the fact that we're talking about a team that was 1-15, and one of the reasons they went out, they get Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer gets hired. If I asked you better next 3 years number-wise, would you go Trevor Lawrence or Jameis Winston?
I did not like what I saw from the Urban Meyer pro offense last night.
Oh, I didn't like it at all.
That's a bad-looking offense.
We heard ETN was going to be incredible. He leaves in
he's
a boot.
hurt. Yeah.
I don't know, but he hasn't been effective his first couple of preseason games. Again, I brought this point up last week. I think there's some pretty good weapons at the wide receiver position for Jacksonville. But Trevor Lawrence, I don't want to say he looks lost. He looks, maybe this is unfair. He's only played a couple of games in a couple of series.
He got
looks
pressured.
a little overwhelmed.
He got pressured 42% of his dropbacks last night, where, how they grade pressure or no pressure. 42%, almost half of them, he had pressure. Hands in his face, touched, sacked, impacted his throw.
Backup offensive lineman started last night. Walker Little, one of those guys, the offensive tackle out of Stanford that missed his entire final year. Then I think he was out for COVID. So Walker Little hasn't played a lot of football, so it's not like the offensive line is great. But even when he was given a little bit of time, didn't think Trevor Lawrence looked that good.
That did not look like a pro offense, though.
And I know I'm reading too much into this because we all get old. I see it in the mirror every day. But Urban looks like he's getting sick again already.
When does he wear his stress, Dunaway?
It's wearing on him already. You look at him last night, he looks second-term president as opposed to when he took the job. He looked full of life, color in his face, color in his hair, looked happy. Last night watching that game, it looked like his insides were just churning.
When we saw Urban the most stressed was when he lost football games, which wasn't a lot. And they brought this up on the broadcast last night. In his 7 years at Ohio State, he lost 9 total games.
Well, he'll lose 9 this year.
They said it would be a success if he only loses 9. If they went 8-9, and I would agree, that would be a miraculous turnaround. Yeah. So how is he really going to be able to handle that? That's the only thing that was an unknown. I think Urban Meyer ultimately will be successful. He's successful everywhere he goes. But if you're Urban Meyer, how do you handle losing as many games in 1 year as you did in 7 years?
Last night, though, I thought, for the amount of pressure and what he has to work with, I didn't think Trevor looked too bad. On some of his throws, he obviously has the skill set. But the offense I don't like. I don't like the way Urban looks. They've made some mistakes in the organization, building that coaching staff and getting to this point. They've got some talent, but they're still the Jaguars.
I wonder if he'll have patience to not that Gardner Minshew by any stretch of the imagination is Tom Brady, but Gardner Minshew is an experienced starter in the league of 1 year, basically, and more than Trevor Lawrence. that if they start to struggle, will he have the patience to stick with Trevor, or will he want to go to Gardner Minshew?
Oh, you have to, don't you?
No, you have to in the NFL. That's my point. Now, normally in any other Urban Meyer situation, he's got the power to make that decision.
Well, it could be an interesting poll question. Will Trevor Lawrence get benched at some time this season in year one? I got to give a shout out to C.J. Beathard. What he was able to do for me to get Jacksonville and the over a 2-0 Monday night in the NFL preseason for me, because that thing looked lost. But for them to outscore the Saints 18-0 in the fourth quarter and to score 15 in the final 5.5 minutes, C.J. Beathard,
Iowa
fire.
guy, right? Beathard?
Yeah.
That's
Bobby's son, isn't it? Bobby
It is
Beathard's
Bobby,
son?
yeah. Or Bobby's
grandson.
grandson. Yeah.
But
They played in San Francisco.
That's an option if you like him enough. I mean, I don't know if there's a market for Minshew, but you could cut him or trade him, move him, and go with CJ as your backup to Trevor. A lot of youth there, and Minshew does have some seat time. Carson, this was very big on social media last night. Urban leaving for USC will be a fun story in 3 years. A lot of people had it happening at the end of the year, a one and done in the National Football League. You see that occasionally in the NFL, by the way. Some coaches, you're not recruiting kids. You don't feel tied to something for a year, 2 years, 3 years. There's more one and dones in the NFL than you think.
Look, there's some dysfunction in the USC athletic program, or department, I should say, program department. But if Urban Meyer really wanted that job over the last couple of years, he could have had it. So I think that ship has sailed. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
We'll see. A couple of things to get to, including on the show coming up. We've got Bobby Carpenter in our very next segment here in hour number 1. Bobby Carpenter, sports talk in Columbus, longtime NFL player, longtime Ohio State Buckeye linebacker. He's a college football analyst. He'll talk to us about the Ohio State Buckeyes. You guys were all over the board in projecting Ohio State in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. Ohio State's in at number 4, but some of you had them as low as 8. Some of you, I think 8 was the lowest you had Ohio State in our preseason rankings. I don't have it in front of me, but I think 8 was the lowest one. But they were everywhere from 3 to 8, all over the map. But they come in at number 4 in the rankings here. So we'll talk to Bobby about that coming up. Clay Travis to start hour number 2, and Brandon Marcello to start off hour number 4. He'll be with us at 12 o'clock Central Time if you're watching us live today. The show is being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Wayne's, the exclusive provider of lawn care, pest control, mosquito control, and everything you get from Wayne's of the next round. They handle it for all of us, from Scott Forrester to Rockstar, LT, Brownie, and me. And right now, if you use this promo code, TNR, that's the initials for the next round, TNR, you'll get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. That'll get you rolling in the Wayne's family of all the stuff they offer. It's TNR at checkout. $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1 is the phone number to call. Lawn care. If you're battling those army worms and everything else, just want your lawn to look good year-round, you get on with the Wayne's Lawn Service. They'll take care of that. They really do the work. They don't just sit in the truck and text like a service I had years ago. And I caught them doing that one day, and I was wondering why my grass never looked good. I instantly picked up the phone, called Wayne's. I've been with them ever since. They really do the work for you. They handle the termite bond on my houses. They handle the pests. They do it all. And they've been serving your community since 1973, whether you're listening to us in Knoxville, Tuscaloosa, Auburn, or right here in Birmingham, or watching us in all those places. Wayne's, the exclusive provider right here of the next round. All right, we'll get to some poll questions and a lot more football to get to. Do you want, in this hour, the romantic comedy involving NASCAR?
I'll be after Bobby.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat, Dunaway.
Yeah.
Well, if I threw out that Will Smith is involved, would it entice you a little bit more?
No.
Nope, not at all.
All right.
Not one bit.
Bobby Carpenter talking. Well, I'll get these guys into a romantic comedy mood at some point today. Bobby Carpenter is next right here on the next round.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
The next round is sponsored by Mortgage Right. Looking to purchase or refinance a home? Act now before rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. When it comes to mortgages, don't drive blind. Let the experts take the wheel. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. Mortgageright.com. NMLS ID 2239. Equal housing lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years, the James Anthony Agency.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The alliance will be announced today between the Big Ten, ACC, and Pac-12, 1 o'clock Central Time news conference. According to reports, Adam Rittenberg of ESPN, no schedule plan will be discussed today. And Adam says the Pac-12 is driving this. All 3 commissioners will talk today. Cowan Equipment poll question, do you think the alliance will stay united long term? Right now, early results, 83% of you say no way. Pac-12 driving it. Big Ten has more power, more money than anybody else in that group. Hard to keep 3 people together that are not on equal footing. That's our Cowan Equipment poll question, LT.
Hey, and Cowan Equipment is proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture and would love the opportunity to partner with your company on your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, visit them, Cowan.com.
Bobby Carpenter played at Ohio State. He would have been part of the Alliance back in the day. And now you hear him on the Fan there in Columbus, and he is with us on the Next Round. What's up, Bobby? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Obviously, you do sports radio there in Columbus. How is this story playing there? Does anybody is it on the radar in Columbus?
Yeah, I think it's something that everybody is kind of talking about. I've made a lot of jokes about it. I'm not sure exactly what all this means. It's I feel like it's almost like a bad sitcom to a certain extent with the alliance. I thought conferences were alliances, within a conference, but who knows? Like, trying to branch and stretch this out. And it seems, I think, the Pac-12 driving us. They're obviously the weakest of the remaining power conferences left, just based upon, interest in their geographic market. And that's all generates the TV dollars, which ultimately fuels all these programs. So with their TV deals coming up, I think they're trying to strengthen that as much as they can. The Big Tens will be up soon, and they'll be right there on par, if not ahead of the SEC again with the dollars they're bringing in. And how does that translate to wins? How does that work with competitive balance? That's where I think they're trying to figure out and maybe do some cross-scheduling. I'm curious just to see kind of everything that goes into this, though. I think there will be a scheduling component of it, and then they'll probably try to vote and try to figure out a way to make sure they can steer the playoff committee to the best way that they can that'll be advantageous for all of them. The one thing I do think is, I think the Big Ten and the Pac-12 have obviously been aligned for a while, much to my chagrin, because I don't think anybody cares really about the Pac-12 out on the West Coast or really nationally, ratings-wise. I mean, outside of USC, maybe Oregon, the branding isn't there, and there's just a lack of interest from people on the West Coast for college football, even though it's a fairly large population base. But I do think what is kind of interesting here is they talked about this being more than just about athletics and scheduling. And, for right, wrong, or indifferent, and maybe it's just a sheer arrogance. I mean, I think the Big Ten has held themselves in a high academic esteem. I think a lot of the Pac-12 member institutions do as well. And then I do think that there's a large contingency of the ACC that probably doesn't like the way that a lot of this is going. And you have your North Carolinas, your Virginias, your Wake Forest, your Dukes, schools that, have a lot of them are charter members of the ACC. And, most of the schools are very proud academic institutions. And I think they want to try to salvage some of that before we go to this NFL light collegiate conference model.
Over the last 3 years, one of the givens in college football, great Ryan Day offenses. C.J. Stroud is going to be the quarterback now in Columbus. He's made that clear over the weekend. How does C.J. Stroud stack up to guys like Dwayne Haskins and Justin Fields, who we've seen in this system before?
I think he's more athletic than Haskins. I mean, Dwayne wasn't really a runner of any note, but Justin's a great athlete who didn't really run all that much and was a pocket quarterback who would run when he needed to. I think Stroud's a little bit of a hybrid of in between. And going back to my Pac-12 stuff, you have C.J. Stroud. He's from the Pac-12 footprint. He's a California kid. He's starting quarterback at Ohio State. You look at Georgia, you look at Bama, you look at Clemson, Oklahoma. All those guys are Pac-12 footprint guys. And so they come in and they bring their arms. CJ can certainly spin the ball and runs well enough. But Ryan Day does a great job with his offense, and he has elite receivers. And the good news for him, he's got another couple quarterback options. Should there be any struggles throughout the season, I don't think he'll hesitate to make a move.
Back to the Alliance for a second. The intersectional games, if the Alliance goes down the path where they're not scheduling the SEC or somehow limiting that, throttling that back, you played for so many years at Ohio State. That's a part of college football I love, and is the games when you get a Southern team playing a West Coast team or a Big Ten team who is coming to the South, or the South going up to the Big Ten. As a former player, would you miss that part if they somehow freeze out the SEC in scheduling?
I think that the interconference scheduling, non-conference scheduling is one of the great things about college football. You have the bowl games at the end of the season, and then I've been a huge proponent of you have your big non-conference game. Everyone usually has one. They set up a home and home, and they rotate those things through. And whether it's in North Carolina playing Oregon or Ohio State playing Florida State. You just figure it out, like all across the country. Bama playing Texas. So you have these awesome matchups that you can see, and it's kind of a measuring stick a little bit for how good you think each individual team is, and then how good maybe potentially each conference is, moving on the rest of the year. I don't know if I want to see that. I mean, I'd like to see everybody continue to play each other. I don't know if they'll ultimately do that, because you have to think some of these non-conference games are scheduled almost a decade out. So unwinding some of that might be a little bit difficult. I don't know if they will. If they try to, I don't think it's good for the game. But I also don't think it's great the fact that Texas and Oklahoma are going to the SEC. Like I'm a fan. I love a lot of the modern stuff that's going on with college football, but I do enjoy the regional aspects of it. With A&M splintering off, a number of years back, and just the Big 12 kind of dissolving over the last 7 to 8 years in front of our eyes. Like, I think you lose that Southwest element that was, pretty critical and important to college athletics.
Bobby Carpenter with us, 97.1 The Fan, at BCarp3 on Twitter, the former Ohio State great. True or false, at Indiana, October 23rd is the toughest game on the schedule for Ohio State?
You've got Oregon coming to town, but...
Yeah, but you got to go to Bloomington, Bobby. You've played in Bloomington. You know how tough that is.
Is that sarcasm? Or
yes, very much. Dripping with it.
Okay.
32,000 hand mittens padding together.
No, I mean, it's tougher now than it ever has been, but that doesn't mean it's tough.
Well, the joke always was like our ninth home game of the year, because usually it was half Ohio State fans and the stadium was all red, so you couldn't really tell a difference anyway. It will be tougher. Tom Allen's a heck of a football coach, and this Indiana team, if they'd be having the winged helmet or, the white helmet with the blue stripe, a la Penn State, they'd probably be ranked somewhere between 8 and 12. But since it's Indiana, it's, like if all of a sudden Vanderbilt has a great squad, like you don't pay as much credence to them. So they're really good. I think that might be the toughest game on the schedule. Oregon's going to be playing at a noon kick Eastern, 9 o'clock West Coast. Like for the life of me, I don't know how they're going to be able to be up and ready to play. Maybe they prove me wrong. But I think if you look across the Big Ten, I mean, in the East, I believe Indiana is probably the second best team. And then the next two teams are Wisconsin, and Wisconsin's probably the second, and maybe Iowa out west as well. But, Indiana is definitely, I think, the second best team on that side of the ledger.
Nobody's talking about this Minnesota team, and we saw them just 2 years ago under P.J. Fleck win 11 games with Tanner Morgan at quarterback. He's back, 20 returning starters. That's an interesting opener.
It is. And, that's another great thing. Sometimes you occasionally get those conference openers, on a Thursday night. And I do think that's cool that, you kind of intermix a little bit of the conference games to kind of beef up the non-conference schedule. So, you have something fun to watch each and every week throughout the season. P.J. Fleck does a great job. He was a GA at Ohio State. I mean, I know he takes his game very seriously. It's a chance for him to kind of capitalize a little bit on that great year they had 2 years ago, where I believe they even beat Auburn in the bowl game. So we'll kind of see, where they go from here. But I think that they'll be able to probably hang for maybe 2.5 quarters. I just don't think they have the depth at this point that Ohio State's going to be able to run at them. And it's the best Ohio State offensive line that I've seen in 20 years, and they've got about 8 guys that can play, and they're monsters. So I don't know how you hold up against that for 4 quarters.
Big Ten season actually starts week 0 coming up this weekend. We're all pumped to watch Nebraska and Illinois at 12 o'clock on Fox. Bobby, do you think Scott Frost can get it done at some point in Nebraska, or will his time run out? And what do you think of Brett Bielema being back in the league?
Well, I don't know if we're all pumped to watch Nebraska, Illinois, but I guess there's going to be
it's football, Bobby. It is football.
It's the first game, Bobby.
It's something. I mean, it's like eating bad cake better than eating no cake. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out in the future. But I think it's a game for Brett Bielema, who didn't really have success at Arkansas, you could say. Really good at Wisconsin. I think he's going to return Illinois to whatever the heights that they could possibly have. I think Bielema is probably the guy to take them there. He's a pretty good football coach, and I know that they're going to be a lot tougher than what they've been in the past. And he's on house money. They've been one of the worst teams in college football for the last 10 years. Then, you juxtapose that with Scott Frost, who's, got some off-the-field stuff going into his 4th year, really hasn't turned the ship the way people would have thought. If they lose that game, folks, you're going to have a hard time seeing Nebraska get the bowl eligibility. Number one, because it's a game they need to win. Number two, if they don't win that game, I don't know how good of a football team they actually have. So there is some level of intrigue there for me, because Scott Frost was supposed to be the answer. And it's like when you get to marry your dream girl and then you realize that, hey, life isn't all that good, I'm not really sure where you go from there.
All right, you can follow Bobby on Twitter at bcarp3, bobbycarpenter.com. Listen to him on 97.1 The Fan there in Columbus. Bobby, thank you so much for the time. We greatly appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Take care. Former Ohio State great and Dallas Cowboy Bobby Carpenter with us on the next round, presented by Bud Light.
Absolutely. Storm Restoration Roofing also brings us the show. Greg from Pell City is your contact person there. You can actually call Greg from Pell City at this number, 205-542-3531 right there. That is 542-3531, Storm Restoration Roofing. Why call Greg from Pell City? We have storms all the time, high winds in the area. If you have not had your roof inspected over the last couple of years, you need to get it inspected right now and find out if you have any roof damage that could really cause some major problems in your home. If you haven't had it inspected in the last few years, you call Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, a free no-cost inspection. I'll say it again, a free no-cost inspection. You can also find Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's free, no obligation. Get Greg to come out and check out your roof. And if you got some problems, he'll hook you up. We had a couple of our viewers yesterday in the YouTube chat saying Greg saved them tons of money. Happened to Rockstar as well. This guy's really respected in the business. Great warranty as well. No reason not to call Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. Or check out Greg from Pell City on Facebook. All right, get this out of the way here. You guys... Will Smith in a NASCAR rom-com? No, says Charles. I think Will's just going to be behind. I think he's going to be producing it or directing it, will not be in it. Goose, there are only two good NASCAR movies, Talladega Nights and Days of Thunder. Can't really argue with that. Kevin goes, but come on, Goose, No Love for Six Pack starring Kenny Rogers. Have I seen that? Is that when the kids?
Yeah, that was early 80s. I think 82 probably.
With the kids?
It was kids, yeah.
The kids were the pit crew, and they turned the wrenches and built the engines.
Very realistic.
Okay, here is the threesome that is putting together this romantic comedy. NASCAR's involved, Will Smith's involved, and Rockstar, wait for it, your favorite musical artists, the Chainsmokers, are involved in
it. They spared no expense.
Yeah.
I'm confused on that one.
The Chainsmokers apparently have a production company as well, and Will Smith will be directing and producing, and Allison Rose Greenberg will be writing it. She writes the TV series Younger, of which I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Anybody know what Younger is?
I thought was it Haley Duff? Then one of the Duff sisters was in it, or Hillary Duff. One of the Duff sisters was in it. I think. I could be totally wrong.
So here's the premise. Tell me if you're all in or not.
I'm out already, but go ahead.
So you haven't even heard the premise, Lance.
I think you struck out, man.
There's a sports agent who is a female,
all right,
who loses her top client, who is a NASCAR star driver.
All right, female sports agent. Her top client is a star NASCAR driver. She loses him.
Yeah.
All right.
So she bets on a female dirt track racer on being the next car at NASCAR.
Oh, I like that.
And then
that was somebody one time and it didn't work out.
Hilarity ensues.
Yeah.
Romantic comedy continues. It sounds like a very
awful
female-oriented version of.
So is she going to have
Jerry Maguire?
Is her love interest going to be the driver?
I don't know.
And this is on Hallmark, right?
I bet that's what's going to happen.
Is the upcoming dirt track female driver going to sell for sticks and stuff?
Yeah. Some people will get that.
I got it.
Some people will not.
I remember
what was her name?
Cutout card with Tina
Robinson. No, Tina.
Not Tina Fey.
Not Tina Fey. Tina. Sticks and stuff.
It was Tina.
I don't know her name.
All right,
Struthers.
First of y'all, Younger is on. I don't know where it's on, but Hillary Duff is in it.
Sounds very CW-ish.
Paramount Plus.
Or Paramount Plus.
What was? I can't believe somebody's not going to let us know.
Hang
Tina.
on, I'm googling it. Tina Sticks and Stuff is what I've googled.
Sticks and stuff.
Well, here's the commercial. Tina Gordon.
Gordon.
No relation to Jeff.
Our man Harry hit it right when you said it.
Tina Gordon.
We appreciate all the Tina Gordons coming in on the chat now. So romantic comedy.
Oh, no, thank you.
It won't be good. Will it be north of Six Pack with Kenny Rogers? Will it be better than that?
You haven't even announced. Is there a cast?
Oh no, they're writing the screenplay right now.
Oh, okay.
Do you think they just handed Marlon Brando the role of Vito Corleone? No. He had to earn that. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
One season, I'll give it.
Our show is brought to you all the time by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Listen, when you're shopping for a home nowadays, it is crazy out there. You want to have the best in your back pocket when you go to buy a home. That's getting that pre-approved loan from our friends at Mortgage Right anywhere in the United States that you're watching us today.
Yeah, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
An update from Auburn, and you'll hear from Brian Robinson, Alabama running back, on the advantage, if you will, of having a running back by committee and what he thinks of the younger running backs in his running back room when the next round rolls on.
Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
So many things out there to watch. There's so many things I never even knew existed. Kevin James, The Crew on Netflix is a NASCAR-worthy watch, says Tim. Never even heard of that one either.
I think I'm probably in the minority. I do not like Kevin James.
I think he is what he is. He's Larry the Cable Guy with sleeves.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't?
No.
Why?
King of Queens was, he's not.
I thought it was funny. I'm just saying Kevin James is never going to be like.
He is now under, I think that show, he is under the umbrella of Adam Sandler, so he's set.
Right.
Yeah, but to me, Brown, to your
Paul Blart, none of that stuff. No.
Right. I don't like that character, but King of Queens I liked, but I think we're losing that kind of sitcoms. I don't think that setup ever will exist again.
Yeah, when you can take a sitcom like that and you can add more adult theme to it and put it on a Netflix or a Hulu or an HBO, I think people are going to. That's more appealing.
My point, I wasn't trying to take a shot at him, I guess I did, calling him Larry the Cable Guy with sleeves.
I don't think that's a bad analogy.
My point there is Kevin James is going to do the pratfall humor, Paul Blart stuff. He can be funnier than that, obviously, but he knows I can make a lot of money by dressing up as a goofy mall cop, riding around on a Segway and falling off and busting through windows and being the goofy guy.
Okay, here's what's weird.
I applaud him for that.
I've really never seen any of his stuff because I've seen the King of Queens, I think once or twice maybe.
But Brown,
I've never seen the Paul Blart.
Who you're describing to a T is Chris Farley.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's what Farley did. Now, I thought Farley was hilarious.
Yeah, so
one of the best of all time.
Yeah, but I think Farley in his, Tommy Boy was good, but his SNL, that's where he really made.
He played the fat guy that fell down a lot.
Fell through tables.
Yeah.
That was one of the funniest parts of the, who was the motivation of the Foley?
Matt Foley.
Matt Foley, he falls through the coffee table. But again, look, Larry the Cable Guy has made millions looking like an idiot. And we've talked about it before. He can't ever come out of that character. Everywhere he goes, he's got to wear that goofy shirt and talk with that goofy accent.
Even on the golf course.
Even on the jet ski for the heartburn.
Parlo Sec OTC.
That's the last time I've seen him. I don't know where Larry the Cable Guy is.
I don't either, but he's made millions doing that. I applaud that. Hey, look, if you can find a way to make millions, do it. As long as it's legal.
Quick Jimmy Landmine in the show today. Dave says The Crew with Kevin James did not get renewed, Jim.
I think I'm going to start watching that show.
Right there. Got that one good. Hey, Bromberg's has been around forever and ever. Gift-giving season coming up for the holidays, and Bromberg's, you keep them in mind.
Yes, family-owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today, brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
Yankees beat the Braves last night 5-1, 10-game win streak for the Yankees. Only the 31st 10-game win streak in franchise history forever, and they've won a lot of games. They haven't had an 11-game win streak, the Yankees, since 1985.
It's hard to believe, and I saw this. So that 9-game winning streak, both going into that, it was the first regular season matchup in almost 120 years that both teams had a winning streak of 9 games. You would think in baseball that would at least happen a few times.
Yeah, and the Yankees won it last night, so they try to do something in Atlanta against the Braves that they haven't done since 1985 or against the Braves. tonight. Legion FC with a huge game coming up Saturday night against first place Louisville in the division. This has got playoff implications. Last big game for you to get out before football season starts. 6:30 Saturday night, BBVA Field. Make sure you can get your tickets at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Louisville's in town. Big opportunity for Legion FC. That's coming up 6:30 this weekend. In football news, Derrick Mason updating us on what we discussed yesterday on the show, Brownie, with his positive test with COVID-19.
Yeah, he has been vaccinated, and one reason he did that, he's lost 2 family members to COVID last year and has a daughter that is immunocompromised. So he had made the decision to be vaccinated, so it appears his case was a little less severe. He says he's on the other side of it and looks forward to getting back on the field. So that's good news for Derrick Mason that he apparently is on the backside of this and can be back on the field soon.
Do we know if Harsin was vaccinated?
I have no earthly idea.
Yeah, he is not talking about that, or at least I haven't seen along the way. Meanwhile, in Tuscaloosa, practiced indoor last night. I got a little sound for you. Brian Robinson here and gets asked in the news conference yesterday about Roydell Williams and Jace McClellan, Trey Sanders, all the young running backs who we really haven't seen be relied on yet for a college football game. And here's B-Rob updating on us on the progression of the guys around him for this Alabama offense this year.
This was a great opportunity for them, those guys, to have an opportunity to play in like a game-like situation so that they would be ready for, when the game comes. So, it was great that we went about our scrimmage that way so that can have more people prepared to play in a real game-like situation. And those guys have been doing everything, that they've been asked to do, and they went out in the scrimmage and they competed well. And, I'm just excited for, just the growth of the younger running backs and just to see what those guys can do in a real game.
Aaron Suttles, the Athletic and co-host of Bama and Bourbon on our show yesterday, talked about how good those younger running backs have been playing.
Well, you've got 4 guys that are obviously in the mix when you talk about Brian Robinson and McClellan and Sanders and Williams. If I asked you, does any running back get over 200 carries this year for Alabama? And just put in perspective, Najee, as good as he was last year, he got 251. And again, that was a limited.
I would say no. I would say no. I think
limited
they will
season though.
More.
13 games.
Well, it's 13 games. In 15 games.
I say a limited season. Most programs, that's not a limited season.
That's what you normally play, right? I don't think anybody will get 200 carries. I think they'll split it up a little bit more. I mean, we have not seen Trey Sanders. He's been on campus for 2 years now.
Yeah, so many injuries.
The injury in the car accident, right? Yeah. And we just have not seen him play. I'm excited about seeing him play.
Me too.
I think you'll split it up between those two as kind of like your starter level carries. And then the other guys will supplement. But part of my answer is what we talked about with Aaron Suttles yesterday. Do we respect Brian Robinson enough? He said he thinks we don't. And I think my answer is reflective of that. This is not the normal starter for Nick Saban. The normal running back starter for Nick Saban was a freshman and sophomore behind a dynamic NFL running back. That NFL running back goes to the NFL. You've already seen this guy carry it a bunch. You know what he can do. And he already looks like an NFL running back.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong on the year. Was the last time that we were involved A-Day, was it 2018, the spring of 18?
I really can't remember about that.
I think it was, but Burton Burns told us, Brian Robinson,
he did.
Watch out for this guy. And that was
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's amazing he's still there. And when you see him in pads, I mean, he looks like an old school, like an Eric Dickerson. I mean, just a big back.
He does.
And this is a guy that will play in the league.
But I mean, my point, you see my point, right? You had seen Trent Richardson behind Mark Ingram. And you had seen Eddie Lacy a lot behind Trent Richardson. And those guys just look like, hey, next can't miss.
Yeah. Progression.
Yep. Right. And you saw TJ Yeldon behind Eddie Lacy. And it just kept progressing. And eventually you saw Derrick Henry. You're like, oh, my gosh, this guy. He looks like a mountain out there.
Quick thought on Charlie Brewer winning the job at Utah. A lot of people like the Utes to win the Pac-12.
Going back 2 years ago, Charlie Brewer was a really good quarterback in Matt Rule's final year at Baylor. And they were a couple of plays away from going to a college football playoff. And then in year one, Dave Aranda and that staff, Charlie Brewer and the entire team just kind of imploded. But Charlie Brewer is a quarterback with a lot of experience. I think off the cuff, I think he's got like 46 career starts. So much like De'Aaron King, this is a guy that has played a lot of college football. So not surprised. Kyle Whittingham loves his quarterbacks to have a lot of experience. Wanted Jake Bentley to get that job last year, ultimately did based on injury. Wasn't consistent last year, but I think Charlie Brewer will have a pretty good year. I like this Utah team.
A college football update brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Well, it's time to get outside when you start feeling that fall weather, right? To go to football games, but it's the same thing with the outdoorsmen and outdoors ladies in our listening audience and viewing audience. That's a weird, I know, that's right. While you're listening to us online, no matter where you are in our audience, the next round encourages you to open up a separate browser window and do some browsing at NicholsOutfitters.com. Rifles, shotguns, camping accessories, apparel, and more. Find it all right now, no matter where you are, NicholsOutfitters.com.
Yeah, another poll question we have out at Next Round Live. Do you think streaming services make a mistake by releasing one episode a week and not all at once? See Apple TV and Ted Lasso Season 2. Vote right now at Next Round Live. I'll get these guys to comment on that. Clay is up next, the viewing menu. Brandon Marcello in the final hour of the show. Right now, you're voting at Next Round Live. Right now, 52% say it doesn't bother you at all that they do it once a week. I forget to go back and watch them. I like to be able to watch one every day or two a night until I'm done with the series. But, hey, I'm getting old, feeble mind. Forget I'm watching something. Hour 2's right around the corner.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the next round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We roll into hour number 2. LT, D&B, Rockstar, and Forrest are all with you. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923 to call the show. You're watching on YouTube and Facebook, Twitch, and on Periscope this morning. Thank you all for being in with us. Some of you are streaming on the app as well and telling us that the updated app went well on the 1.1 and the 1.2 versions, rolling along great. You can now say, Alexa, play TNR. Not TNR. That would
the next round.
Yeah, the next round. If you say TNR, no telling what'll come up. They'll probably think you said GNR, and you'll get a little Guns N' Roses.
Nothing wrong with that. We'd prefer you listen to us.
Sweet Child O' Mine. But just tell Alexa to play the next round, and you can get that right now.
You certainly can. Interesting stat here. It's from ESPN's Bill Conley, but I saw Josh Pate, our friend with 24/7 Sports, who does Late Kick Josh. I saw him tweet it out. Bill Conley, who does all the stats, right?
Yeah.
Has taken Arkansas's schedule and says your average top 5 team against Arkansas's schedule, your average top 5 team.
By the way, this is the most difficult schedule, at least on paper, going into 2020.
I'm about to tell you how difficult it is. Would produce a win percentage of .782, a 78% win percentage statistically against that, which would probably be about 9.5 wins, according to Josh, somewhere in the 9.5 wins. So if you took an average top 5 team and gave them Arkansas' schedule, you would expect them to get 9.5 wins.
Right. So a really good team would go 9-3 against Arkansas' schedule.
Pretty much, yeah. And Arkansas, though Sam Pittman is building, is I mean, you wouldn't call them a top 5 team or even a really good team.
That's an interesting stat.
Yeah.
Let's do this real quick. Just a couple of top 10 teams. Let's throw 3. I'll throw 3 at you.
Okay.
Cincinnati, North Carolina, and Notre Dame. Let's start with Cincinnati. Cincinnati plays this schedule. What's their record?
I think they're probably 8-4.
I mean, Cincinnati beat Texas?
That's a tough game for Texas.
Does Cincinnati win at Georgia?
No.
They win it at Ole Miss.
Well, I mean, we say quick on Georgia. I will just point out they played in the bowl game, and really Cincinnati should have won that game. It was poorly coached by Luke Fickell at the end when he's looking for a big job.
They're not winning in Athens.
When he's looking for a big job at the end of the year, he does not want that tape being popped in.
No,
Cincinnati
that was
at Ole Miss.
Well, see, that's it, LT. When you're in a league like the SEC, when you stack on a one-off, I would give Cincinnati a chance to beat Ole Miss. On a one-off, Cincinnati's got a chance at beating Georgia. But when you got to stack it up back to back to back, and the having to play your A-plus game every step. I mean, Cincinnati's up for that bowl game against Georgia, right? That means the world to them.
Yep.
And for Georgia, they're playing Cincinnati.
Yeah, by the way, I skipped Texas A&M before Georgia. So here's the way it goes. A&M at Georgia, at Ole Miss, then Auburn.
Yeah.
I mean, what is Cincinnati in that 4-game
They're
stretch?
lucky to win one.
Yeah, they're 1-3 probably.
Yeah, I would say 2-2 maybe.
Okay, North Carolina in that 4-game stretch with Sam Howell.
I mean, North Carolina filmed 4 losses in the ACC, did they not? Last year, or was it 3?
I think North Carolina's 1-3 in that stretch.
Yeah, or 2-2. I'll give them 2-2, but see, we're nobody's saying 3-1 and 4-0.
Yeah, no. I think Notre Dame is 2-2 in that stretch.
And we're asking Sam Pittman.
I'd go 3-1, 2-2 with Notre Dame.
But we're asking Sam Pittman to somehow navigate that. And hey, last year in a 10-game conference schedule, he somehow found 3 wins and could have easily had a couple more.
Yeah, they should have been 5-5 realistically.
Right.
But, I've made this point. With 19 returning starters, I think the defense is going to be much improved under Barry Odom, but their record still might be 3 wins.
That just jumped out at me that Bill Conley, I think it's an interesting way of looking at it. Statistically, what would I expect an average top 5 team to do against a given schedule? And he says your top 5 team against Arkansas' schedule will be 9-3 on average. And we're asking Arkansas to play it. And Arkansas, at best, I think we had them 39th in our top 40 and 40, somewhere around there. Maybe 40th. They might have been 40th. At best, they're a top 40 team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's best case for them right now.
Keep in mind, though, a lot of people in the West played almost as difficult as that Arkansas schedule, right? It's almost Auburn's schedule, almost the same. LSU's schedule, almost the same. Right?
Well, I mean,
Texas
Alabama's
almost the same.
Alabama's schedule is the same. I mean, Miami's a better team than Texas. Or Miami and Texas are alike.
They're a lot alike.
Okay, so Miami and Texas are a lot alike. Otherwise, Alabama plays that same West schedule that Arkansas plays. Alabama's just that much better.
I don't know if you stack up 3 consecutive, or if we want to add Auburn in there 4 consecutive games like that. I don't know if anybody's got that right now in college football.
They probably don't.
Auburn's schedule is pretty dang tough, and a lot of it is where you're looking at it from. But Auburn's schedule is pretty dang tough when you look at how it falls out as well.
You don't have 3 in a row like that.
No, I mean, Arkansas got the draw, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody in the country looks at Arkansas' schedule and says, yeah, they picked the toughest card. I mean, they cut the deck, and Arkansas somehow drew all the 2s, and everybody else got the aces.
I know we'll do this at some point, the 3-game stretches in the SEC, but Auburn's the most difficult to me. October 2nd at LSU, then Georgia the next week, and then at Arkansas, believe it or not.
It's been a big part of our 40 and 40 countdown, where you can catch up with all of those on our YouTube channel. We're winding down Ohio State at number 4. Right now, the video that's out, so you'll get the top 3 teams, but Ohio State in at 4 today, voted on by all of you, our viewers, and that is the first playoff team we have is Ohio State. The other 3 schools get unveiled in order tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. And Friday, of course, is our Guaranteed Friday show. A lot of you reacting. Paul likes Stanford's schedule is a tough one because they play 12 Power 5 opponents. But as Kerry points out, Kerry with a K, yeah, but 9 of those are in the Pac-12. So I don't care how tough your out-of-conference schedule is against Power 5. You've got the Pac-12 schedule as opposed to the SEC West.
Yeah, let me pull up the old Cardinal here.
Well, they open at Kansas State, so that's a difficult game. They're already an underdog week 1. They're getting 2.5 points in that game. I lean Kansas State to win that game.
They'll be an underdog week 2.
Yep.
Because they're at USC.
A very losable game week 3 against the worst in the SEC.
I mean, they're at Vandy September 18th. Night game in, what do they call that stadium? Dudley Field? Vanderbilt Stadium, Dudley Field. Night game, ESPNU. Be probably 12,000 people on hand for that one.
Yeah. Little schedule there when it was Derrick Mason.
Yeah, that was going to be a Derrick Mason game. Yeah, there's no doubt.
The
Oregon
reunited.
or UCLA and Oregon, Arizona State. That is a tough schedule.
Tough schedule.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Anywhere that you need a mortgage, you can get it with our friends at Mortgage Right. You can do that really with a click online, or call the guys up, or just call your local agent. Mortgage Right in all 50 states.
Yeah, again, act now before those rates go on the rise. Locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they'll remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership, cutting out that middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. To get started, go to mortgageright.com.
205-734-0923. Hour 2 of the show, and JD is in Huntsville today, close to college football. JD, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. You guys, I love this show, man. I'm so glad to have you guys back on.
Thank you.
But hey, you're talking about schedules, and I've been beating this drum last couple of weeks, and I was tweeting Dunaway about it earlier today. I heard a guy on Feinbaum yesterday say that that they think that Oklahoma and Texas are going to be playing next year in the SEC.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I think so too. I think they're going to use Longhorn Network money to get out.
Because here's what you got to think about. Nobody on either side of that, JD, I think wants that to be, I don't even know.
Lame duck?
The lame duck situation. It doesn't help the Big 12, and it doesn't help Texas and Oklahoma.
Well, it sounds great, except you better do the schedule a little bit better than you did last time you expanded, because just look at Auburn. Y'all talk about Auburn got a tough schedule. One of the reasons they have a tough schedule is because every other year they got to play at Alabama and at Georgia, and they did that because they just didn't think about it. They let Georgia play at Auburn 2 years in a row, and that's what threw them into that.
Yep.
They let Alabama and South Carolina not play for 8 years, and then South Carolina doesn't go to Alabama for 15 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, and I agree with you, JD, and I'll let you continue your thought. But remember, I think they got the scheduling model right when they expanded the first time in 1992. There was some semblance of what you were doing. I don't like that we didn't play each other a lot, but you're right. When they went from 12 to 14, it was sort of put together with duct tape. And it hasn't worked. It's been a bad schedule since we went to 14. I agree with that. And I'll let you continue because I want to know what you think they should do scheduling-wise, because, you know, a lot of people at the SEC office watch us and listen to us, so maybe you can give them some ideas. What do you think,
well,
JD? How do you do this?
I don't like the pod system.
I don't either.
I don't like that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think you stay with your divisions. You just got to move them around. You've got to not be afraid to change some of your yearly games. LSU and Alabama may be one of those things that don't get played every year. And that sounds like, wow, how in the world could you do that? But if you move Alabama and Auburn to the east and move Missouri over to the west where they should be geographically, you don't get Alabama, LSU every year, you know? But see, the other thing about this, if you go into 9 conference games, Georgia already has that cocktail party every year where when they're the home team, that means they only have 3 home conference games.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You go to 9, they're going to have 5 road conference games and only 3 on their campus. I can't imagine people in Athens would be too happy about that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the solution is, but it'd be easier. Now, this ain't popular either. It'd be easier just to go to 10 games.
I agree.
I think that's what I was about to say.
I think you go 10 games. I mean, you've got 8 in each division. You play your 7 in-division games, and you play 3 across.
But you know what? You know what's funny about this, though, JD, is I do think that's what is going to be kind of the working model going forward, go to the 10 games.
Well, and the good news is you have last year to go back on.
Yeah, and the Big Ten reportedly is about to go backwards to 8 as part of this alliance.
And the Pac-12, too.
And the Pac-12. But the Big Ten's always been the one beating the drum about, hey, we play those extra, we play more conference games in the SEC. Well, now the SEC, I think it's a pretty good chance in the near future we'll be playing actually 2 more conference games than the Big Ten.
You know what Greg Sankey says, JD, is they zig, we zag.
Well, think about it like this. The SEC had 4 of the top 8 teams last year. 4 teams you could make an argument could have been in the 14 playoff last year in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and Texas A&M playing a 10-game schedule.
Yep.
Once we go to a 12-team playoff, it's not going to matter anyway.
Finish up, JD. What you got, man?
Yeah. Are they going to fix the Auburn situation? The only way to fix that is Georgia, or Auburn would have to play at Georgia 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to be willing to do that, to change that messed up way that they have to do it now, playing Alabama and Georgia on the road. I don't know if maybe some Auburn people might say yay or nay, but I got a feeling they probably wouldn't want to do that. But, here's the thing. When you throw it into a hat and you draw it out, you get what you get, or you put it into a formula, you get what you get. But when you're playing God and moving the pieces manually, you can't admit why you did what you did. Like, you can't say, well, we thought Auburn wasn't going to be any good in 2013 because they were so bad in 2012. So it didn't mind Georgia playing there 2 years in a row. But you can't say that,
Right.
So how are they going to fix it? I don't know.
Yep. It's a great question. Yeah. Thank you, JD.
Thank you, man. 205-734-0923, 734-0923. As you roll with us on this Tuesday, Week 0 games coming up this weekend, including a Big Ten game, Nebraska and Illinois. You bring up a great point, Brown, about the story with the Alliance today. And the news conference is at 1 o'clock. All the people that cover this, Adam Rittenberg, Brett McMurphy, Nicole Auerbach, they're all hinting that their sources tell them they are not going to discuss scheduling today, that the commissioner is going to talk, but it'll be just, hey, we're all locked together. We are like-minded people, but they're not going to get into any details about specifics about the alliance. But those behind-the-scenes sources are saying what Brown brought up, going back from 9 to 8 in the Big Ten, 9 to 8 conference games, and then having the alliance schedule fill out some of that rest of that schedule, and eventually maybe at least threatening on freezing out the SEC in scheduling, which I think Brown would force or open the door for the SEC to go, hey, okay, you want to freeze us out? We'll play 10 games. You know what our TV partners want? They love Texas, Oklahoma. They love Texas, Alabama. They love Oklahoma, Georgia.
It's easy to say freeze it out until Clemson has to give up the South Carolina game.
Right.
And Florida State has to give up the Florida game. And Louisville has to give up the Kentucky game. I mean, it's easy to say.
Louisville, Kentucky basketball? Oh, football.
Football. As a fan outside of those fan bases, those games don't do nearly as much for me as they used to.
They don't, but inside those fan bases.
And I wonder. You wonder, Florida State, I mean, how big of a game is that now?
Well, right now, if I'm Clemson, I don't want to give up South Carolina. No. It's an SEC game. I get a little credit for playing it.
But if I'm South Carolina.
And I get to eat that W, right?
But we remember a time where Steve Spurrier dominated Dabo. But if I'm on the other side, if I'm Shane Beamer, I don't want anything to do with it.
No, I'm fine with Clemson giving it up.
Hey, and if I'm Georgia, I love Jeff Collins. I don't mind playing Georgia Tech right now.
No,
that may change. May change this year.
But there are some complications here, and this is one reason I think they don't want to get into scheduling today, because the Big Ten doesn't want to pigeonhole themselves into saying we're going back to 8 when they may eventually not.
Right, and nobody wants to say we're going to freeze out the SEC.
No, they do not. But here are some issues. Number one is you got a ton of schedules that have – I mean, that is what college football is known for, is making schedules years in advance. Years in advance. So you got buyouts that involve, by the way, some SEC teams and some Big 12 teams that are not going to be involved in any of this. So you're going to have to negotiate buyouts of those contracts.
Okay, well, guess what's not nearly as important now when you start to expand money.
No, you're right. Yeah. The other issue,
money's always important, LT.
This is a big issue, though, is so much of this is driven on TV deals. The Big Ten and the Pac-12 TV deals are up in the next 2 years. And everybody thinks they're either going to go to the ESPN window and get on board with where the SEC is now, or they're going to go to the Fox window and sell Fox on, hey, look, we're doing this as a group. Let's freeze out ESPN and you get all of our product, right? You want to stay in the college football game, you hook up with the Alliance. Your big problem there is the ACC's deal goes through 2035, because don't forget, what did ESPN do for the ACC? They launched the ACC network.
That's right. They're the half owners.
Half owners of the ACC network.
50-50.
And that's what hooked them in through 2035. So you got a TV issue there with the ACC portion of this. Not so much with the Big 12 and the Pac-12 and the Big 10. They're okay.
And again, I've brought this point up before. I think you find more appealing matchups between those two anyway. Right now in the ACC, North Carolina's a nice matchup right now. Clemson's going to be a nice matchup with anyone, but outside of that, Miami maybe.
Yeah.
Listen, I love the SEC, and with Texas and Oklahoma coming on, I mean, that's perfectly fine too. But I like the intersectional games. I like what we're doing. I was excited about Alabama, Texas, but now Texas is going to be a regular occurrence. It's going to be an SEC game. I want to see Alabama, Ohio State. I want to see Alabama and Notre Dame. We saw it last year, and I agreed when Brown said this last year, and I remember the Golden Domer used to call us in a different life. He was always adamant that Notre Dame's schedule was more interesting, not in conference. And then we saw it in conference last year, and Brown nailed it. He was the first one to say it. The Notre Dame schedule wasn't as much fun with them in a conference.
It was the worst schedule they'd played in my lifetime. Yeah. I was least interested, and it was one of the better teams they've had. I mean, they were in the playoffs. I was less interested outside the Clemson game and the North Carolina game, less interested in Notre Dame's games than I have been in years.
But you would get conditioned if Notre Dame became a full-time member.
Yeah, but we don't like to admit it, I think, because we're Southerners and it's easy to dislike Notre Dame. But they do a pretty good job of scheduling. You don't want to watch every week,
job.
But I like to watch Notre Dame, USC.
Notre Dame, Michigan.
Notre Dame, and occasionally when they play Navy or Army, I like those games.
Stanford used to be a really good matchup back in the day.
I like that. They do a good job. And when Notre Dame plays Georgia or Alabama, those are great games.
And then they throw me that rare, Notre Dame, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama,
Miami,
Notre Dame, Miami.
State.
Yeah, they give me some of those. Listen, I'll dog Notre Dame out for a lot of things. I won't for their schedule. They schedule. They can They could play anybody they want. And the truth is, Notre Dame could schedule down, go 12-0, and be in the playoffs. And they know that, and they still don't do it.
We don't get Notre Dame, Michigan anymore, do we?
We don't.
No, but I used to love that game.
I did too.
And you know what ruined that game? The alliance with the ACC, them having to play, they usually get one good game, like a Clemson or North Carolina with Sam Howell or Florida State when they were good. But you also get Wake Forest, and you also get some of the others. And those games don't interest me.
I'm with you, but you got a full schedule of it last year. Yeah. That's why it was less interesting.
I sort of like Notre Dame going back to be Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Charles wasn't Clay Travis supposed to be on at 10. Yeah, but a little communication.
Well, he just sent me a text.
Okay.
He just said, in a meeting, can we do a little bit later? So I think 11 o'clock is going to be Clay.
I thought that's when he started his show.
Well, then that's going to be a problem.
No, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, I think that might
double
be right.
show. We can both be on each other's show.
I really don't know. I would assume Lance Clay would know when he starts his show.
Well, he didn't say 11. He just said, can we do later? And I said 11. So I'll try for next break, okay?
Yeah. Is somebody calling you right now?
Yeah.
Okay. But not Clay. It's probably a furniture delivery.
Yeah.
I bet it probably is.
I bet it's that broken desk we're getting.
Oh, yeah. Once I hear people want us to do a video and show the busted up desk.
Well, it's not going to be busted up.
I thought we were getting the busted up parts.
No, so they sent they busted the parts in transit. So they sent new parts to wherever location, wherever hub it is.
What a
so
mess.
then they're going to fix it.
As the assistant desk assembler of this operation, and this guy's the head assembler.
Assistant. Somebody had to cut spots all day.
Yeah.
He just locked the door behind him.
Yeah, I think Rockstar was the assistant.
Yeah, Rockstar took that job over.
Let's say there were 15 desks assembled up here in our build out. I assisted on at least 10 of them or 11. So you came in and relieved me in the bullpen and got a nice little save. But I was the assistant desk builder.
I like how this is for bragging rights.
Yeah, it's all right. So anyway.
All I'm saying is I think this is the one that they come in and assemble it for us, right?
Yeah, we're only missing 3 pieces of furniture, by the way.
Well,
and it's sad that I know this, and I know most dates.
I'm glad we're there finally.
The viewers have been hanging on this.
I bet.
Only 3 out.
So we will get you a picture of that desk when it comes in because we've spent way too much time on the desk and probably gave them way too many breaks. Missouri, the place that wouldn't come through. Hey, so Clay wants to know if he can come on now. Can we tell him 5 minutes?
Can you do it
right
after this
break?
Quick commercial break? How do you see your text right now? You see it better with your friends at Michelson, don't you?
Yeah, Dunaway, I do. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Find out if LASIK is right for you.
Yeah,
free consultation right now. 969-8100. It's been 19 years. I had the 2200 vision. I was blind without the aid of legally blind without the aid of contacts or eyeglasses. Went in, got the procedure done, 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision, still 19 years later. Make that call today, 969-8100.
All right, that's our friends at Michelson. Clay's coming up on the other side. A lot of you talking scheduled. Harry's dead on. I mean, it's such a good geographical split with Oklahoma, Texas coming. You can just pull out a map, east and west. It works out really well with their new divisions if you do that. A lot of good comments. If you want to jump in with the YouTube and all of that, you have your own little community there. You can have your own show just going back and forth there while we do the one that you watch here or listen on the new updated Next Round Live app.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the Summer of Freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
The Next Round Kickoff will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round Kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
We'll discuss this with Clay Travis and then amongst ourselves. When Clay is done, LSU announcing that you will have to have proof of vaccination for the COVID-19 vaccination to go to the game, or like Oregon and Oregon State, a proof of a negative test within the last 72 hours to enter Tiger Stadium when the sun finds its home in the western sky. For football coming up, we'll see how other SEC schools approach attendance coming up, but that's the mandate from the LSU folks that is developing new. So, too, in the NFL, Chicago announcing Andy Dalton, the starter for Week 1. Justin Fields will play the final exhibition game. That breaking news update brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out that debris. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. My friend Chris Stewart, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. Right now, get 45% off the retail price, guttercapbirmingham.com, or call Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
All right, he is the founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He is with us now in the Next Round, presented by Bud Light. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Whether or not LSU is smart for doing this, I think one thing that jumps out to me is, are we just asking ticket takers at the gate 30 minutes before kickoff to be looking at vaccination cards or test results? That does not, if you want to enforce that rule, that doesn't seem like the best way of doing it.
seems like a disaster.
Yeah.
To me, I don't even care about, like, whatever. People can make their own choices about the vaccine. I've said if you're 65 or older, you definitely should get it for a long time. But the idea, I mean, I've been to a lot of SEC football stadiums. I've been to every one of them, over the years. And I think probably most of the people who are listening to us right now, it's incredibly difficult oftentimes to get into SEC football games. I mean, God forbid, remember when the president was at the LSU Alabama game?
Disaster.
Anytime there's an additional sort of additional hurdle for screening, it becomes that much more difficult to get into these stadiums. And I can't imagine that the people who are, troubled and having difficulty getting people into the stadium to take tickets up are suddenly going to be able to check vaccine passports or a negative COVID test and determine whether or not they're valid or real or whatever they are. And it just seems like a logistical nightmare. And I don't think a lot of people have experience on some of these 100,000 seat stadiums like Tiger Stadium and every place else. And I just think this is going to be a mess. And frankly, I hope most SEC schools are not going to try to implement this. I mean, look, they just keep taking away more as it pertains to COVID. Last year it was 15 days to stop the spread, right? And now, even in May, we were told, hey, if you get the COVID vaccine, you're never going to have to wear a mask again, and you'll be able to get back to normal life. Joe Biden said, hey, once we get 70% of people vaccinated, everything will be back to normal. Well, I believe we're at 73% now of adults 18 or over have gotten the COVID vaccine. Something like 91% of people who are 65 years or older. Everybody's back to wearing masks, and now they're trying to demand, basically, if you're going to go out to a bar in New Orleans, or you're going to go to a restaurant, or you're going to go to New York City or LA or San Francisco or all these places, if you want to go into a restaurant, you got to show a COVID vaccine card. I just think it's crazy. And by the way, I had COVID, and so I have COVID antibodies. There's a lot of data out there that suggests that natural immunity is the best possible immunity, and there are over 100 million people like me who have had COVID already. I don't know why there isn't some method or possibility for people like me who have already had COVID to, have a antibody card or whatever it's going to be. But I reject the idea of vaccine passports in general. I think it's absurd. I think it's ridiculous. And by the way, this is cosmetic theater, right? Because you can have COVID and not have tested positive for it, right? We know this. So a 3-day test doesn't prove you don't have COVID, and having the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting COVID either. So all of this is to me pretty patently absurd.
Well, I think
I hope other schools are not going to follow suit with LSU. Again, this is one of the things. I mean, to be frank, there are only 2 states in the SEC with Democratic governors, Kentucky and Louisiana. And I think that factors in a big way here, too.
Well, I think it's a liability thing, too. That's what they're trying to get some kind of, we did our best.
We did all we could.
Yeah, we did what we were supposed to. I don't care if you're vaccinated or not.
Argument, but this is me putting my lawyer hat on.
Yeah.
Like, it's virtually impossible for people to know where they are getting COVID from, right? For everybody out there who's ever had the flu or gets a cold, sometimes you might have an idea, but unless you do genetic marker testing, it's hard to know where you got COVID or whether you were the person who got it first, right? Because so many of these cases are asymptomatic. Whether you gave it to your wife or your kid or vice versa and all these things. I just think, proving causation from a legal perspective is very difficult to do when it comes to any virus, because most people are being exposed to viruses all day long as a part of their natural life.
From Outkick and Fox, Clay Travis, just a few more minutes here on the next round. Also confusing is going to be the NFL season. I saw you tweet this out about Mike Vrabel, the Tennessee Titan head coach, on Sunday, I think it was. And I was talking to the guys before the show. This thing is just so confusing. So if you've got a fully vaccinated player or a coach fails a test, completely asymptomatic, he can return to the club facility and interact with players after 2 negative PCR tests taken at least 24 hours apart, plus a negative MESA test before entry. I don't know how this is going to work during the regular season.
It's going to be a huge mess because the NFL and college football as well, they predicated their COVID policies on the idea that if you got a vaccine, basically your chances of getting COVID were almost zero, right? I mean, they were working under the assumption that if you get a vaccine to COVID, that your chances of testing positive for COVID are virtually non-existent. And the data reflects that that's not true, right? And there are a lot of athletes already that have, I mean, John Rahm, I think he's had COVID like 8 times now or whatever the heck it is. And you look at Mike Vrabel, for instance, I mean, he's vaccinated and he has now tested positive. So he's removed from being able to be involved on a coaching basis with the Titans. And I just think if you look at the data coming out of, for instance, Israel or England, 2 countries that have a higher vaccination rate than the United States, Israel is setting new highs for the number of COVID cases in the country, even though almost the whole country is vaccinated. It appears, based on the data, that the COVID vaccine provides somewhat significant protection, but maybe for a relatively short period of time for many people, which is why they're already talking about COVID booster shots. So this idea that you were going to get a COVID vaccine and you weren't going to need to worry about it for like a decade, as if it were, measles or mumps or one of the other vaccines that many people get when they are young. You might have to get a booster shot at some point later. Like, that's not what's going on here. COVID is going to be, it appears, much more like the flu, where, you have to get a flu shot kind of every year, and there are all these different strains, and there's different efficacy levels based on those different strains. And so, this idea that the vaccine was going to end COVID in the world or in the country is frankly just not true.
All right, he is Clay Travis at Clay Travis on Twitter, and you can read him at Outkick. Thank you, Clay. Have a great week.
All right, appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, take care. Aaron Suttles, who was on with us yesterday, who covers Alabama, obviously, says his understanding, and he, as he says, it could change, or he could be reading the law incorrectly, state law, but his understanding is the Alabama Attorney General has said state schools, both public and private, cannot require proof of vaccination. But how does that apply to extracurricular activities? I don't know.
Yeah, when entering the stadiums at Bryant Denny or Jordan Hare. But right now it's just LSU that is requiring a proof of vaccination. Nothing about masking or anything, where at Commonwealth, at Kroger Field, at Kentucky, they talked about masking in crowded areas, restrooms, concession stand lines, and such like that, but not in seats, but in anywhere you were indoors. So at LSU, Mark says, I'd rather have a mandate with fans than no fans at all at games. So he's okay taking his vaccination card, showing it to get into Tiger Stadium. And I think a lot of fans, politics aside, and I know it's hard to do when Clay's on with us, but politics aside, your vaccination card, if you have it and it gets you to go to college football games, I have no problem pulling it out. I mean, heck, I've got a ticket I got to pull out. I mean, I've got a credential I got to show. I'll just hold up my vaccination card and my credential, and I'm in. You hold it, hand your ticket, you scan your ticket. Here's my vaccination card. You go in.
I mean, if you got to
make it slower, it makes it slower. But at least you're in the damn game.
Yeah, if you got to do it, you got to do it. Look, and if you make a decision that you don't believe in a policy like that, then you just don't have to go to the game.
As a lot of you are saying on our live chat, some of you will stay at home. That is a choice. But let me go to the games.
But some people, I think, Jim, feel like that it's a that is a personal thing, and I shouldn't have to show that.
But I think
so. Not everybody shares your outlook on it.
100%, and that's where I get into a very middle of the road political and live view. Is I never expect anyone else to share my views.
But as somebody pointed out on the chat, not only might we be, and I don't know how LSU is going to do this. I don't know how any other school is. Might we be asking the ticket takers to look for a COVID test or a vaccination card? Are they also going to ask for your driver's license to make sure that it's actually your vaccination card?
Because I'll give you an example. When I left, I went out of the country, and this was months ago, and I had to get a COVID test in order to leave Mexico. And so they did a rapid test. They emailed me that day, and I had a card on my phone that I put in my wallet. So when I went to the airport, I might have told this story, I don't know, but when I went to the airport, there's one guy and a mass of people going through the Cabo airport, and he would just look at the phone and come on.
So it was real in depth.
Yeah.
So I could have had a positive test on here. I could have had a girl's name on here. He would have had no idea.
Dude, I saw Larry Bird play Michael Jordan for $10. You know, there people are going to get in if they don't have the vaccination card.
Yeah.
You slip them a 20, people will get into games without tickets. So, that's going to happen.
But I
there's
do
gonna
think
there's going to be things that happen where you won't have the correct vaccination card.
I mean, we're just a couple of weeks away from full bore NFL and everything. I think this is going to be across the board. I think it's just going to start to steamroll, and I think you're going to have to show proof of vaccination to get in any of these stadiums.
I think you're probably right.
But we're also asking security to make sure that, Whack Job doesn't have a gun, right? When he's coming
We're
in.
asking him to do a lot of things.
Security has become a pain in the ass now.
it really is.
So all of a sudden, the last thing the person that is doing at the gate is taking your dadgum ticket. They're having to do 18 other things.
This might actually increase your chance of getting in without a ticket.
Without a ticket,
I got my vaccination card. I'm not packing heat.
Come on in. We'll take you.
Okay, all
Right.
right.
That's what
Just find some place to sit.
I swear that's what scares me. Can you imagine if you go out, because I planned on going, we've had this trip planned for a long time to go see the Rams in New York City. Well, one of my fears is I get up there and one of our party loses their vaccination card. I mean, you've got so much stuff to keep up with now.
I have a betting favorite on who you think will lose their vaccination card.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine for one moment our buddy Steve Susie from ATEC standing on the corner selling vaccination cards instead of tickets? I got two.
I got two Pfizers. Two Pfizers.
Two
right
Pfizers.
here.
Who needs a Pfizer? Right.
I got a Moderna.
Got an ID to go with it.
I mean, I don't want to tell Susie how to do his business, but
I got to make up for lost time last year.
Absolutely. He lost a season.
And you college kids, I mean, my goodness, back in the day, I just had to have a fake driver's license and the guy not look 30 years old and I could get a 6-pack of beer. To go to a club now, you got to have a vaccination card, a fake ID, a ride home, an Uber.
It's going to look, I'm fine with them doing it. I'm just saying it's going to be messy. I don't know how I guess and Rockstar, isn't that the whole Jason Isbell thing?
Yes, more people are doing that. The more concerts do.
I know they are, but wasn't that why? I mean, look, it was controversial when the guy canceled the concert, but didn't he say, "I don't have the staff to do it"?
Yeah, but also the staff, just the overwhelmingness of the staff that has to check.
That's what I'm saying.
Fill me in. I missed this story.
So he was trying to do the same thing.
Is this recently?
And a promoter canceled the concert, and he just said, "I can't pull this off." And the promoter obviously got a lot of criticism. There was, some back and forth. Jason Isbell said that wasn't the whole story, but Rockstar, I know, is in touch with some people in the music industry who have expressed this concern. Mm-hmm. I'm already stretched on my staff because, by the way, we weren't putting on concerts last year. So I didn't keep any staff. So I'm having to go hire new staff. I'm asking them to do all of this to keep people from sneaking in a bottle, to keep people from sneaking in a gun. And now I got to check tests and vaccines and compare them to driver's license.
Jim Beam and Evan Williams. It's easier to get in the stadium now. Nobody's looking for that.
So while it is good intentions, and I'm not saying LSU's got bad intentions. I think they've got great intentions here. It's not just as easy as saying, we're just going to check these cards or check these tests. I mean, that is a big undertaking.
Well, real live question from Dave, and I don't know the answer to this.
I've thought about this.
If you lose your vaccination card, I literally don't know how to get a new one. Is it on record somewhere?
No, mine literally, when I got mine, I did a drive-through at the Birmingham airport. They pulled out a card, wrote my name in pen, and wrote the thing. And handed it to me.
Ronaldo Brand. So yours isn't even printed up. It's just a handwritten thing?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
So is mine.
Yeah, I think mine's handwritten too. But did we not have to give an insurance card in order to get the vaccination?
Yeah, that's true. My insurance does have, even though I didn't have to pay, they got record that I got it.
Okay.
But I'm fun to get that.
But I'm with Dave. How do I get a new one?
Troy, Department of Health has it.
Okay.
Take a picture of your card. That'll work.
Yeah, will that work, though?
I don't know. If I'm trying to show it at a gate.
Matt does. Matt knows as much about it as Clay does. Pandemic. We're all playing the guessing game during this thing, aren't we?
Yeah. Hey, here's my only
Matthew
suggestion.
says take it to your primary doctor and he'll keep it on file for you.
Well, but then I don't have it at Bryant Denny or Jordan Hare.
Call this number.
Yeah, my suggestion would be get to the game way early now. Yeah. Way early.
Yeah. I'm glad
it's going to be a disaster.
Which makes me not want to go to games.
I'm glad Greg Byrne puts those other games up on the big screens now. They used to frown from doing that. They put those games up now. You can just sit in the stands and Go get you a concession stand and watch the games on
Did
the
they
big
really
screen.
put games up last year?
Oh, yeah.
You've got to now.
remember that.
Dude, they'd go quad box sometimes.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah,
You've
like
got
they
to
had
now.
people in the red zone. I think Roger Hoover, and he's with the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Some of you may not know him, but he does a lot of things over there. I think he actually runs the red zone studio in the pregame like, oh, okay, we've got Clemson that's down at the 14-yard line. Meanwhile, in Columbia, Missouri's about to score. Let's go double
Yeah,
box.
no, I like that. I had no idea.
Yeah, thought it was a neat deal.
Yeah,
Greg
Milkman
Hardy.
says the same. A lot of people are saying photo on the phone is the best way to go with this.
Yeah. And again, Steve Sushi, ATIX, they can get you those.
Sushi.
Yeah.
Steve Rawfish.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve Rawfish. I love him.
A lock of the day every day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. LT 2-0 yesterday.
4-0.
4-0 yesterday.
4-0.
That's
Hey,
double.
there we go.
I didn't know that was coming for us, so that blinded me. 2-0, 4-0, a lot of O's is the key there. Lanceslock.com for when it's not the free one you get on the air, so he's got more than one play, but a free one that is brought to you by Jeremy Purvis, ironmountainworld.com. Jetter Services, your business or residential plumbing needs, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, just drain it.
6:10 tonight in New York. The Mets hosting San Francisco, although San Francisco's 20 games ahead of the Mets in the win column. I'm taking the Mets at home minus the 110. The Mets, you're locked tonight.
Oh, good call there. I like that too.
Ugh,
that is the lock
Jesus.
right there with the Mets. What
do you like so much about that?
Oh, I like Pete Alonso and other people on the Mets team.
Other people?
Yep.
Keith Hernandez.
Dwight Gooden.
Wally Backman.
Mookie Wilson.
Isn't Lenny Dykstra fighting soon?
He asked to fight.
What is he, 60?
Yeah.
This is where my dad would say, Mets stands for Metropolitans.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That really didn't help the conversation. Did it?
The next round rolls on, and still to come, Brandon Marcello will be with us in his slot at 12 noon to start the final hour right here on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second after I update you on a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions that are out there. Brent, why don't you update us on the Cowan Equipment poll questions? That way I don't have to put my glasses on.
Well, you're going to have to do something else. Well, I got to pull them up.
Okay, I can pull them up. I got them. Right here. Tell us about Cowan Equipment LT, and then I will update us on the poll question.
I will do that.
Glasses are right there, Joe.
Right
there.
I know.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call them 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, I got them.
No.
I got them.
It was too much trouble. It was too much trouble.
Do you think the Alliance will stay united long term? A lot of all caps in that one. The Alliance is all caps and United is all caps.
I must have written that, Brown.
It
wasn't written perfect like if you had done it.
No way is 94%. The Alliance will not stay united. Yes, of course, is 6%.
Well, what do you guys think of that real quick?
No, the
Big Ten makes more money than the other two, right?
Yeah, the conferences can't stay united. Yeah. So why would the collection of conferences stay united?
And when I initially wrote that poll question, I had just read that the Pac-12 was the driving force behind this. What power do they have?
Yeah, they do nothing right.
And the ACC is a Southern-based conference for the most part, who's usually been aligned with the SEC. And the Big Ten makes more money than everybody else. The Big Ten is going to end up driving this, and that'll drive the ACC out of this sooner than later, in my opinion.
I just noticed our friend Chad Withrow, without Kickoff in Nashville, he teased their show coming up, and he puts the Alliance in all caps. Is that the way we're going with the Alliance?
I think it is all caps.
It has to be all caps?
Well, I will do it. I'll do all lowercase next time if they're mandating it. Cause,
I know, we're a rebel.
Well, the next round's all caps, right?
Because... Well, I like to put it in all caps to make it stand out, which is why I did the Alliance.
Do you think streaming services make a mistake by releasing one episode a week and not all at once?
Ted Lasso season 2 is getting a lot of criticism.
Well, I've missed like the last 4. And I really,
Ted Lasso?
Yeah, and I'm not too excited about catching up.
This is legit 50-50. Yes, all at once, and doesn't bother me, or 50-50.
But when you have 20 Emmy nominations, the next season is hard to live up to. You know what I mean? So you just knew there'd be a lot of criticism for Ted Lasso.
But normally, when you get a special group of writers that put together a concept like that, they're at least able to carry this thing on for 3 or 4 years.
No, then people start getting their hands in it.
Yeah. But I honestly thought it was a perfect 1 year, and there was no need to have a second season.
I don't disagree with that.
Is Jason Sudeikis, is he a producer or writer? Or anything?
He will be. He probably is on the second season.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what happens, right?
More cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
More what?
More cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, but like Bryan Cranston wasn't a producer on Breaking Bad until like season 2 or 3, and I think the same with Jason Bateman with Ozark.
Yep.
Seems like once they find out,
That's
Timothy
what
Olyphant from Justified, once they find out we're having a little success.
So I'm the most popular one on this show.
You can't do the show without me. In
That's
order for
right.
me to do the show, you're going to make me a producer.
So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to make more money.
What else are you watching tonight, Rockstar, in our viewing menu here?
Well, you know, Hulu came out with a new show called 9 Perfect Strangers. Anybody seen it yet?
Nope.
I have not.
Nicole Kidman, Melissa McCarthy. Takes place at a boutique health and wellness resort that promises healing and transformation as 9 stressed city dwellers try to get on a path to a better way of living. However, these 9 perfect strangers have no idea what's about to hit them. Melissa McCarthy's in it. Nicole Kidman, I think it's once a week.
What was the Billy Crystal cattle herding movie?
City Slickers.
It's a funny movie.
This sounds like City Slickers meets White Lotus, is
I
what
was
this
gonna
sounds
say,
like.
Lance has been asking me to watch White Lotus. The wife and I watched the first episode of White Lotus.
And you're out?
I just don't understand how you can make, if it's focused on 5 or 6 people, 5 or 6 different stories, make one of them awkward. Not make all 5 of them awkward.
Yeah, well, they are all awkward. Again, that's the reason I wanted you to watch it, because it is the most awkward one season of television I've ever seen.
So parody on the wealthy is what it is.
Well, also, you guys know how modest my wife is. To see the first scene with Steve Zahn kind of got her.
She clutched her pearls?
Yeah.
Gets worse.
Oh, wow.
So I saw a movie a couple of nights ago, Matt Damon's new film, Stillwater.
He's got a mustache.
Is that any good?
It was really good.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I see he's got a mustache.
Now, the roommate was pissed because of the way it ended. So I'll just say that.
Okay.
She's just, I don't know. I thought it was really good.
I was really excited. Yellowstone's returning in November. I was really excited that they were doing a prequel to the Dutton family.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and the same writer, same creator, and all that stuff. They're doing the prequel. And then I saw Tim McGraw and Faith Hill are actors and actresses in it. Now,
No, thank you.
McGraw has done some good bit roles in like Friday Night Lights and stuff. I've never seen Faith act. I think she's going to be the matriarch of the Dutton family.
You know, the best Faith Hill acting I've ever seen was her doing the Sunday Night Football Open. It was very well acted.
Yeah.
It was just basically her legs, Jim. That was a joke about her.
I thought it was
having
Carrie
really good-
Underwood from day
Faith Hill
one.
was
Faith Hill was early.
Was very early.
Didn't I lose a
Sunday Night
stake?
Football. It
Yeah,
wasn't Carrie Underwood from day one.
Nope.
No, I remember Faith Hill did it.
Carrie has picked up the torch and has run with it very well, though.
And with those legs, she can run all
Correct.
day.
You
Yes.
always bet on love, but one of the stakes I lost was Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, too.
Yeah, those two are 2 peas in a pod, young man.
But I got teased by one of the tabloids.
That's right.
Remember, there was a minute they were going through it.
Yeah.
Just like Kanye.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't go? I mean, look at the Curry family. Dale and Mrs. Curry.
Sonia.
I still have not seen that story.
Yeah, 33 years of marriage. According to reports, they're getting divorced. Top of the hour, more college football when we come back in the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090. The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial
Colin here.
game plan.
I'm
that's
excited
right for
to
you.
announce
Stop
my
by one
new
of the 7
podcast
Central
network,
Alabama
The-
locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll run through the headlines and get you into another hour of the next round. Hour number 3 today, Trash on the Table, in about 20 minutes. The phone number to call, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. You're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Periscope, all of our social media platforms, and you're on the Next Round app today. Don't forget to update that app to get the couple of the bugs out of it. Working great now, and thanks to our IT team to get that worked out very quickly as we move to the second week of the show. UAB and Jack State, 1 week from tomorrow for them.
Yeah, I was talking to my dad about that on the way to work today because he was asking me, quizzing me about the college football schedule coming up this weekend. And he was like, that Jack State UAB game's a Wednesday night?
Yeah.
And I actually know why they're doing it that way.
It's main ESPN, bro.
It is. Well, that's one reason they're doing it that way. But the loophole they jumped through to make that work is that's technically Jack State's home game. So and I don't know how this worked for Nebraska, Illinois, but you have to have some sort of approval to play on week 0. The way it worked for UCLA is they're playing Hawaii. If you'll play Hawaii, you get that. You can play that week 0 game because they have to make arrangements for Hawaii to travel. They have to, So that's what UCLA Hawaii is doing.
You can also get a 13th game when you play Hawaii.
Right. So that opens you up for week 0. I don't know how Illinois and Nebraska are doing it, but technically the Jack State UAB game is the last game of week 0. That week 0 ends on Wednesday. Week 1 starts on Thursday. And the way UAB is doing it is it's Jack State's home game. But they're playing at neutral site, obviously, at Crampton Bowl.
So UAB will be a dog against Georgia. They might be a slight dog against Liberty at home, although I think they would be favored right now. Jacksonville State, we've seen upsets over the years. They beat Ole Miss, right?
They did.
Yep.
They almost beat Auburn.
Almost beat Auburn in overtime.
Played Florida State very well one year.
Is there a chance they're able to play UAB close?
I just don't think so.
Well, keep in mind, they're coming off the spring season. So
That's a good point.
They've been doing football for almost 300 days. So if there's any rust, Jack State probably doesn't have it because their season's continued on. It's almost basically like the old days of you played in the SEC championship game, you took 36 days off and played on New Year's Day.
Right.
So that's what Jack State's experiencing. That's a week from tomorrow. This hour of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's world famous fried chicken. And we're, worldwide now on the web, obviously. So there's some Champy's fried chickens in Chattanooga and up North Alabama. But the one right here in Central Alabama, my hometown, Champy's world-famous chicken, right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those unbelievable deep-fried chicken. The seasoning is terrific. The po' boys are something to write home about. The tenders are great. The kids love them. But also you get those hot tamales, that Mississippi Delta recipe that they have, and chicken on a stick, throw a little jalapeno and maybe a bell pepper or two on that stick, and get ready for a college football Saturday. Perfect for your tailgate, whether it's high school or college. You see everything online at champyschicken.com.
Monty reminds us on Twitter, Nebraska, Illinois was supposed to be in Ireland. That's how that's week 0. So that's the way they're doing that. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
And Cody asked a question we're going to have to address at some point.
There's some other games, by the way. Fresno State's playing somebody. They're going to beat their eyes out. So some week 0 games, the two biggest windows, Nebraska, Illinois, and Hawaii and UCLA.
We're going to have to address this at some point. And you guys don't even know what I'm talking about here. But I just want to ask, do we want to just rip the Band-Aid off and address it now?
Well, if I don't know what it is.
It is a little difficult, but rip the Band-Aid off.
Okay.
I mean, I am balding, so that can't,
We've addressed that, I believe.
Is it something about me?
No.
Okay.
It involves you, though. Cody has asked it, and we've been asked it a lot. Will we have the traditional game day song on Fridays? And the answer is, I don't really know the answer to that. There are some copyright issues since we are streaming. Well, we ran into some copyright issues back when we were on radio and we had to change it. And now that we're streaming, we've got copyright issues. I don't really know the answer to the question.
Well, it's going to break Rockstar's heart if we don't have that game day song.
Yeah, what am I going to do for those 4 minutes?
I don't know what you're looking at me. You brought this up here, and something we could have discussed in our beautiful, beautiful green room behind here.
I hate it when he does
over
that.
a cold Bud Light.
I'm indifferent.
Yeah.
I don't care.
It's going to involve us paying money to use the song.
All right, so we're not doing it.
Right, I would vote no then. Quickly.
When somebody else was the owners, we were always for spending money. But now that we're the owners, nobody wants to spend any money.
Think plenty of money's been spent.
Yeah. Okay. Just saying.
I don't know. We'll look at that.
I mean, when we were employees, it would have been like, I can't believe it.
Okay. Do you remember the whole?
They're not going to spend the dollars for us to play the song
in the movie Silence of the Lamb, the well that girl was in.
Put your lotion
That's us right now.
All right. Well, other stuff going on than Brown asking questions that he can't answer.
So how about the pick 3? People are asking about that. We've got that somewhat figured out.
Jim wants to talk about that in the office, Lance. If you let that go, please.
No, I've got an answer.
No, Jim, let's don't bring it up right now.
Everybody, Brooks and
it's something Dunaway cares about.
No, I've got an answer for that. We're not doing the pick 3. This year we're doing the pick 6.
Double the fun.
Hell yeah.
And you don't have to be perfect. We'll explain the rules. It doesn't start this Friday. It starts a week from Friday. But it will involve our website and an easy click and pick situation where we'll give you 6 games every week. You pick 6, and if you are just tied for the best score, or if you've got the best score, you go into the drawing to win the weekly championship, and then we got a big one at the end. Pretty simple rules that'll be better written out than me explaining it, but it'll be called the Pick 6 this year. What's next? Anything else anybody wants to know? When's Wimp back? We got to ask that early. Wimp was with us last week. Yeah. He's Wednesdays now, and he's Wednesdays pretty early, right? Like
9:20.
9:20 Wednesdays for Wimp.
I got to make that tea time.
Yep. Well, Rockstar do Dr. Lou this year. It's not going to be called Dr. Lou, but Rockstar, what are we going to call that? Rockstar and Friends?
We're working on the name.
And when does that start? This Friday? or next Friday?
Let's do next Friday.
Okay, next Friday. A week from Friday, Rockstar and Friends, or whatever he's going to call that.
Are we going to probably do this? What are we doing? Dunaway After Dark?
No, we're not doing Dunaway After Dark anymore.
Oh, come on, why not?
You did it when we were doing mornings. We don't have to be up as early now.
I know, it's no big deal.
Yeah, but he
now.
doesn't have to brag about being up late now. Big difference.
I did tell somebody at poker last night that I am more tired doing the 9 o'clock show than I am the 6 o'clock show.
I cannot sleep past 5 o'clock. I just can't do it. I don't know if mornings broke me or what. I cannot get past 5 o'clock.
I have taken a couple of naps over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I have
for the first time in a long time.
But I was thinking, somebody asked me the other day, and they were shocked that I knew the answer, like because they knew we used to do mornings back when we were in radio back in the day, and they said something about, "Would you still set an alarm?" I said the last day I set an alarm, maybe the rest of my life, was June 16th of 2021. And they said, "You literally remember the last day you set the alarm?" I said, "There's a reason."
Yeah, mine was June 11th until August 16th,
Yeah.
but I've got the alarm as a standby just in case.
My alarm now is the breaking news on Fox 6. That sound effect wakes me up every day. Jonathan writes in, Nikita's got to have his weekly segment. Can you do Nikita?
Next round, guys.
Eric says, did y'all add any sound effects to 4 downs? Did we, Brown? Did we?
We have not yet. No.
We don't have 4 downs.
Yes, we did not add anything to 3 and out, Jim.
I was just reading the teleprompter. Eric, listen, you cannot hold the old guy responsible for not being able to change a nuance of a game or a segment. Did y'all add any sound effects to 3 and out?
Not
Eric
yet.
asked.
No, we're working on that. We're working on that.
Yeah. Auburn fans like the pick 6. That's going back to the old LSU game, right?
Right.
Oh, the pick 6, kick 6.
Yeah.
I thought it was going back to the LSU.
Well, maybe so. Yeah, that one
LSU
too.
Auburn game.
Had a bunch of those. Jamie Howard threw them.
Yeah, a lot of Curly Hallman on the sidelines. Kept passing though, didn't he?
He did. He wouldn't run that ball.
Yeah. No way we're going to throw a 3rd interception. No way we're going to throw a 4th interception.
Those are the most incredible comebacks.
Coach, you want to keep throwing? Yeah, keep throwing. There's no way we're going to throw a 5th interception.
That's one of those games that just stands out.
Surely our offense will tackle them at some point.
I remember where I was and what I was eating for lunch. Just in amazement that they would not run the football.
Yeah, just run the clock out. I mean, you could have just took 3 knees and punted and won that game.
And I think it was the early JP or TBS game.
Dirty windshield game.
Yeah, I can't remember JP or TBS. I remember TBS used to do the early game.
Yep.
Tim Foley and Bob Neal, I think.
94, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the 94 season.
I was working at NBC 13 and typical Birmingham media. I went and covered the first half of the Auburn game because it was 11, and I was coming back. It feels like Alabama was playing at Legion Field at night or
maybe so,
or in Tuscaloosa, but I was also going to have the night duty, and Jeff Shear of WSFA was going to hook us up with postgame of Auburn, but I went and got early highlights. So I leave at halftime. So I'm getting to listen to the
Game's over anyway.
I'm getting to listen to the Great Auburn Network and to come on the ride back.
Yeah.
You know what I did not have highlights of? All those daggum interceptions.
Those first half highlights ain't making it on the TV now.
LSU takes a 24-3 lead. Auburn comes back and wins it.
Yes, you all saw it. No, it's Jim
highlights. Bad highlights from Jim.
Jim Fife at his best right there, though. That's what I mean. You go find those old Jim Fife calls. Oh, he was so good.
Love Jim Fife.
Yep.
Love college radio play-by-play broadcasters. You know, Eli's been doing it for so long now.
I think 89 was his first year.
88, 89.
88 or 89, somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah. So it just sounds like Alabama football now. You know, it's hard for me to remember Mr. Forney now, the way it sounded. And, you know, I recognize the voice if I go back and listen to it. But Paul Kennedy, I still hear a little bit of it. But you're old enough to remember Mr. Forney doing it, right?
Barely.
Yeah.
I only remember his return. You know, he returned for the 1 year after they fired Paul Kennedy before Eli took over. And I remember that. And, you know, it wasn't the same.
Now, listen, I don't want people to take this the wrong way, but the broadcasts have almost become too good, too polished compared to what they used to sound like Mr. Forney and the great Doug Layton and those guys. I mean, it really, if they were out of Tuscaloosa, it sounded like it was almost, you could tell they were not at the home stadium, and it took a lot to get the broadcast back to Alabama.
What was the call where Doug jumps in and says,
it was the kick.
It's the kick.
Ben Tippin. It's good. It's good. But that's with
But
Paul,
really, it's like he's in a living room.
Yeah, that's with Paul Kennedy.
That's good.
But it just wasn't. I mean, he could do things like it just wasn't as polished as it is now. Everything's polished and everything's got a sponsorship.
Say that
now.
to Aqib Talib.
Yeah. Everything's got a sponsorship now, like our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah,
who brings us this segment of the show.
I don't think we criticize that.
No.
This first down brought to you by Hemphill.
Not at all. You guys know by now my go-to guys are Hemphill Services for all things heating and cooling. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trust. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Two things before we get lost in the weeds on something here. One, our kickoff party is Thursday night walk-ons. All of you watching right now or listening right now, you're invited to walk-ons Thursday night, Highway 281-19, 5 o'clock. All of you can come. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to let us steal your information by giving us any, zip codes, social security numbers, phone numbers. You don't have to sign up anywhere. Just come.
Yeah.
Walk-ons, 281-19, 5 o'clock until it closes.
Everybody can be a winner. What's our guy say, Rockstar?
You could be a winner too.
So come on, walk-ons Thursday night.
Yeah, we're giving stuff away.
Redmont Vodka will be there. Listen, we can't give everybody a T-shirt, but we got a new shipment of Next Round logo T-shirts. While they last, come on out. If you want a specific size, get there early. 5 o'clock walk-ons, and listen, we may flood the place, so it may be we may be standing outside and then working people in, whatever. But just come and hang out with us 5 until closing there.
Live music too,
from
Kevin Harris.
Yeah, Kevin Harris.
Yep,
son. My buddy Kevin Harris.
Yeah, you
son.
know him.
Is going to be there as well. So it should be a lot of fun. Redmont Vodka will be there for that. The thing I wanted to get to here is LT in our office before we walked, the 10 feet to the studio here, said, here is a phrase that will never be repeated again in college football history. Do you remember reading that headline?
Oh, yeah, I've got the headline.
Okay, pull the headline.
You want me to read it to you?
LT is about to pull the headline, and then I've got a Nick Saban will play a caption, this picture with Nick Saban from last night at practice in just a second.
I feel really confident this has never been read, and it will never be read again in the history of college football.
Yeah, generally, when you say always or never, it's an overstatement. You are spot on this one.
Here we go. Notre Dame and Iowa State each had 3 players selected to the Associated Press preseason All-American football team.
Yeah. Notre Dame might get 3 again. Iowa State getting 3.
Yeah, this was ESPN.com. This was their highlighting the AP preseason All-American football team. That is the first sentence in the article.
Say it again for everyone.
Notre Dame and Iowa State each had 3 players selected to the Associated Press preseason All-America football team.
We have seen in our lifetime probably 3 of the greatest builds ever. Okay,
Northwestern going to the Rose Bowl whenever they first went to the Rose Bowl.
That was Gary Barnett.
Yeah, Gary Barnett. That was monumental to me.
But didn't sustain it.
I think we've seen 4.
4 great builds. Okay, I was going to say 3 were Bill Snyder in Kansas State has been in our lifetime. Bobby Bowden in Florida State has been in our lifetime.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden was before us, though, right?
Well, but we saw the fruits of the labor.
I mean,
they really hit it in the 80s. And then obviously Frank Beamer and Virginia Tech.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, those in our lifetime are probably the 3 greatest builds from nothing we've seen in college football.
Yeah.
Josh makes a great point. Iowa State, all 3 of those guys were 3-star recruits too.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm not surprised by that, the way the guy coaches.
Continue on.
If Matt Campbell stays there 20 years, I think Matt Campbell could eventually one day be mentioned in the same breath as Bill Snyder.
Oh, I agree.
Bobby Bowden and Frank Beamer.
He will be.
I don't know if he'll stay there 20 years, but if he does.
Because the way the Big 12 is imploding, where Iowa State lands.
That's a good question. I don't even know who they're playing. You make a great point there.
I see a couple of people, I'm not sure it was Dennis Dodd, but a couple of national guys that I read, they think Iowa State and Kansas are the most likely to join the Big 10 if they raid the Big 12 or anything because of some academic society that Iowa State and Kansas are in that the other Big 10 schools are in.
Sounds very big.
That the presidents
I
like-minded universities.
Yeah, I knew that KU had good academics. I really didn't know that about Iowa State. I had no idea.
Me either.
I knew one guy that went to Iowa State. You know what his name was? Swear to God. Dick Pease.
Really?
Yeah.
Good guy.
It's not a true name.
I promise you. One of my fraternity brothers. It was one of his high school buddies. Dick Pease.
Well, I mean,
Iowa State.
And it could not be truer, LT.
I would, before Lance shared that piece of information with us.
That sucks. So if your name is Dick Pease, isn't it? Don't you go by middle name or something?
I knew
Richard.
I knew a lady named Phyllis. No, I didn't know this. I had a mutual friend, and she married a guy whose last name, I swear to, his last name was Dick.
Oh.
Say them together.
Whoever thought it would be Brown, then Gary the Gator that went blue on this show.
I didn't go blue. That was the guy's last name. We used to work for a company named Dick Broadcasting back in the. You never worked for him.
Okay,
Call those the glory days.
You remember somebody that gave you a is it Slap Out Alabama, the Slap Out shirt?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So my former wife's grandmother, her maiden name?
Oh, no.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
First name Ruth, last name Cock. I mean, that would just suck to grow up with that name.
It really would.
I played backup second base most of my life at Thompson High School with Brad Cock.
Oh, so he was a cock too.
He was. He's a good guy, though.
You were Cock's backup.
Jim couldn't. I'm not going to finish the sentence.
That was the joke.
That you couldn't be.
Everybody joked with me in practice that I couldn't beat him out.
Can't beat Cock.
Oh, you didn't have to say it. It was obvious.
Yeah, I get it, Brown. Okay, well.
No, that's got to be a deal breaker for some girl that actually goes on a date with somebody in the last name. I mean, you got to if you once you get to that third or fourth date, you got to make a decision, right?
Right.
I changed positions so bad. I moved to third base.
I mean, wonder if your name's Carol.
There was no Cock.
What was the guy's name?
I was just back up to Richard Brasher at third base. It wasn't embarrassing.
It was Chad, right?
It was Brad Cock.
Brad
Cock. Real person, not a
but if
fake
you're
story.
Carol Smith and you're dating Brad Cock and you know after that 6 or 7 days, you can be Carol Cock. If I'm Carol's dad, I'm like, look, we got to go a different direction.
Listen, I love him. He's a sweet kid.
Yeah.
No, maybe he can take your name on, right? You can do that in 2021.
Mr. and Mrs. Cock.
Yeah. I mean, he plays a heck of a second base. Yeah. He could turn that double play back to anybody we got.
He did. He was a two-bagger, Brown.
Quick hands.
All right. I have this picture from last night at practice. We'll play a little caption this. We'll come up on your screen if you can see it, but I'm describing it for you if you're listening to us on the stream. That's Nick Saban at practice last night, Ken Gidley, with a photo from the University of Alabama, and he is literally eating his practice chart there. It's full on in his mouth, teeth biting down on it.
Is that Nate Oates to the right?
No, it looks like him, but it is not.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought the same thing.
Just a great photo of Nick Saban there. Is still at this age, so engaged in practice. He's not just a figurehead. They're chewing the practice schedule. I said caption this morning. Joseph Goodman of AL.com says, Ibis tastes like chicken. If you know your history, Ibis is the mascot
That's right.
for the Hurricanes, and they play Alabama in the first game. Stephen says, this paper will strengthen my teeth for those season-long ass chewings coming my assistant coach's way. That's what he says. Croft says, I just sharted. I dare one of these goons.
It's a little different when you read it right.
He's got khaki pants on,
to
too.
say anything about it. Jim says, I promised Miss Terry I wouldn't say the F word anymore, and I had to eat this play chart. Mick writes in, I hope Miss Terry didn't make meatloaf again. I'm really not in the mood tonight. Will says, maybe I should have run for president after all. Duck's Head says, guys, this nut dust stuff is the real deal.
I've never felt better.
Yes, that is the caption right there. Send yours in as well. trash on the table when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, where you can go by, have a great meal, and laugh like we do here on the show with the great folks at Champy's Chicken. It's your home for blues, brews, and birds right there on 119 in Alabaster on your way to or from the big game, whether it's the Thompson Warriors or your other favorite high school teams or whether it's your favorite college team. Swing by and experience Southern staples like chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta, homemade hot tamales, which are the best I've ever tasted, and a whole lot more. See it all online at champyschicken.com. Run by there and say, hey, I want a great meal like Dunaway talks about on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canal, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-On's. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-On's is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-On's mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-On's.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join the Next Round Thursday night at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. The entire team will be there starting at 5 p.m. until close. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Red Mod Vodka, plus magnet schedules, souvenir cups, helmet schedules, and logo t-shirts while they last from Red Mod Vodka and the Next Round. It's a great way to get ready for week 0, Thursday, 5 till close, the Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We've actually thought of this, Josh, already. With video now, Message Board Joe making a comeback. And I know we're putting a lot on Rockstar's plate, but can you imagine Rockstar dressing in character of some of these fan bases?
I got to leave and do a costume change.
Yeah, you do. I told my wife last night, because I was watching the video of him doing Us as Old Guys, that real quick video that Forrester put out. And I said, in the new video format, people are now wanting to see Rockstar doing all the things he's done. And we were like, as Rockstar was doing the old men, we were getting requests yesterday, like, do this, do that, do that.
For instance, just do one sample of Gary the Gator, Rockstar.
What would you like?
Give me the
Gary the Gator going into Tiger Stadium. You don't have your vaccination card. What happened?
Or give me one ball in one hand, one ball in the other. Either way.
I was debating on doing that for saving for my joke. Do you think that would have landed? In the voice.
If you'd have given saving the cricket balls joke, we should have done that.
In the voice.
Okay. Oh, we should have done that.
Yeah. Give it to us because you're on camera.
I think he would have hung up.
Because he was laughing so hard?
Yeah,
no, I mean, the guy literally walks around during stretching and does D's nuts.
He really
jokes.
does.
Okay, but just imagine we go from a regular question to this.
What do you get when you get a cricket ball in one hand and another cricket ball in the other? What do you have?
I don't know. What do you have, Gary?
A damn big cricket.
I've only heard that 1,000 times.
It was great the first time.
It was. I cried and cried. Part of our show brought to you by Redmond Vodka. They will be with us coming up Thursday night at our kickoff party, 5 until close at Walk-Ons. Redmond Vodka, the key ingredient to my transfusion.
Yeah. Hey, locally owned and operated, Charles Barkley, one of the faces behind Redmont Vodka. Make sure you go to your ABC store or package store, pick some up. It's 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. Again, a great local product. They are our title sponsor. At our kickoff party coming up this Thursday at Walk-Ons, we'll have great Redmont specials. So come out and see us and stop by and get you some Redmont vodka at your local ABC or package store.
As we roll through the headlines heading to Trash on the Table, the Fiesta Bowl has partnered with Caesars Entertainment. Getting into the old gambling business there.
I saw this, and so sports betting is going to be legal in Arizona September 9th. I don't know why we've got to be so archaic here in the state of Alabama. Everybody's starting to accept this, and the director of this bowl game said that 5 years ago we couldn't even talk about this. It was so taboo.
Isn't that crazy how quickly it's changed?
But now you will be able to legally wager at that game.
Yep.
And one day from your seat. Well, you can now with the app on your phone, but they will have a kiosk pad and a seat eventually, I predict, at every professional stadium.
Yeah, I agree. I
you'll
think
have a little thing you can just enter right there.
But again, you don't even need it because, like you said, but it is more. I don't know, for whatever reason, if I'm in Vegas, I can call 1 or 2 local guys, or I can go onto my apps that I've got and I can bet locally. But it's more fun to actually be sitting in a sportsbook betting.
Bud Light is our presenting sponsor. We're presented by Bud Light. There is a sports bar, at least the last time I was in Vegas, that was open air. That is the Budweiser Gardens is what it's called. I think it's outside Paris. I believe it's outside of Paris or the Venetian. But it's outdoor, second level, sort of a patio overlooking Bellagio. You can see the Bellagio fountains. And it's presented by Budweiser and Bud Light. And TVs everywhere, and then they have a kiosk, multiple kiosks that they bring out to you during March Madness, and you just walk right over there, and you never leave the bar area, and just place your bets right there with the table of kiosk people. Just fantastic. They make
more fun to lose your money that way, right?
It is more funny to lose your money. It's great if you win because you're watching in that setting with 1,000 people, 500s on the plus the points, 500s minus the point in the last second shot. And the place goes crazy. It's like Oklahoma, Texas, Alabama, Auburn reaction there. Tennessee, Hendon Hooker looks like he's leading the way to be the quarterback of the Volunteers. Is that the way you guys think it's going to end up? Joe Milton, Harrison Bailey?
Yeah, I don't know that there's I thought it would be Harrison Bailey.
again, I would have thought Harrison Bailey a couple of years ago by now, just the hype surrounding that kid would be Tennessee's starting quarterback. Hendon Hooker, I saw flashes at Virginia Tech. Joe Milton, we saw at least a flash opening game against Minnesota last year, but no, I'm not surprised.
Last thing before trash. Defensive lineman Kyron Montgomery injured earlier this week. It's an ACL tear, but also, and I don't know if you saw this, I have never read this in my history, 30 years of covering sports, dented bone fracture. Like it dented his bone? Is that what, am I understanding that?
That's what it sounds like. I don't know.
A dented bone fracture.
Sounds painful.
I'm no doctor.
And that gets us to Trash on the Table, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Trash with LT is presented by Mortgage Right after Rockstar hits the big button.
There's a reason that women live longer, Mark. Let me tell you. It is because we are stronger and we are happier at the end of the day than most men. And that is factual, and you know it.
When men are married to women who scream like you, they just want to die sooner.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Wow. Mortgages done the right way.
Yeah, and if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise with locations nationwide. Lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com for more information. NMLS 2239. Start with this story I came across Clay's website, outkick.com. A study from the University of Michigan shows that eating one hot dog can shave 36 minutes off your life, while eating a serving of nuts can add 26 minutes to your life, and one 85-gram serving of chicken wings will cost you 3.3 minutes of lost life.
I mean, I've lost a lot of life over the years.
See, I don't...
Joey Chestnut's going to die.
He's done.
I don't believe any of that stuff.
All right.
I believe the people that do that study, as a guy who used to read the teleprompter on local news, that when you had a study that red wine was good for you, if you did enough research, you'd find that that study was paid for by the
red wine
grape growers of Sonoma.
Yeah, the only one I've ever really believed, I mean, I'd be dead because I like hot dogs. Of course, I hadn't had a hot dog in a while, but 36
I could eat
minutes
a bag
of life.
full of them
I
right now.
love them. Yeah. Love them.
The only study I ever believed was it, and I think this is the right number, a cigarette will take 13 minutes off your life.
Yeah, but how do they know that?
What? Right.
They're making that crap
How was I
up.
supposed
But
to?
as
how long
a
was I
kid,
gonna
I'm
live?
saying I believed that for whatever reason.
Well, no, you can believe all of them, but like you do the research, like pork is the other white meat, right? Well, you find out the pig farmers of America paid for that.
Right.
You know, eat at least 2 eggs a day. Well, the egg growers, the egg farmers,
the chicken people,
they came up with that. So milk is strong bones. Well, back in the day before you had skim milk, you ever notice how big a calf goes from when it's born to being a full-grown cow? You know why it grows so fast? It's drinking that cow's milk. What does that cow's milk do for humans, man? It bulks you up quick, right?
That's like this. Men think about sex every 7 seconds. Let's do that one. Do that one.
I don't have anything for that one, Rockstar. I don't believe these studies.
So there's a post on Reddit. It's I Am the A-Hole Forum.
Uh-huh.
Check this one out.
Now I believe everything in this.
28-year-old bride wrote, quote, "My fiance and I are getting married next month. Everything is going great, but we've been having a serious argument about having his grandmother at our wedding. Now, we've agreed to not have kids at the wedding, and we want the reception to be a huge party for our adult friends and family with dancing, loud music, and an open bar. However, for precisely the same reasons that we don't want kids there, I don't want his elderly grandmother at our wedding either. I said she can come to the ceremony, but not the reception. It will be extremely loud, and I want it to be a party atmosphere, and she will be extremely out of place. For context, none of the grandparents are still alive, and he still has his last living grandmother. Now, this has caused a huge fight since she said she always has dreamed about being at her grandson's wedding. He is her oldest grandchild and probably won't make it to the next family wedding, which is why I said that she's more than welcome at the ceremony, but she will be too out of place at the reception. She goes on to say that both her and her husband-to-be and the grandma insist that she will be fine at the party, but the bride isn't convinced. She went on to say, I know inevitably I'll have to take care of her. I just want to get drunk and let loose with my friends. She's now really upset and won't talk to me. My fiance is also angry. I think I'm within my right to make this request. I am the bride after all. I totally disagree with this girl.
Totally disagree with this girl.
Well, it is her day. But I just don't. Why do you care what the grandmother thinks?
Yeah, but it's not just her day. I've never really believed that.
Well, I think it means something to the family, too.
Right. Well,
like,
and it's
like
also
when your daughter gets married, it is her day.
Correct.
But it is also pretty important for you and Jennifer, too.
But it's my dime.
Yeah, I mean, I am paying for it.
Well,
yes,
I'm not even that. I mean, you want to see your daughter get married.
Well, that's why it's your
you
day
want to
too.
see your daughter get
Right,
married.
That's
right.
why it's your day too. It's actually the groom's day too. And for this grandmother that's never seen one of her grandchilds get married,
That's right.
It's her day too.
No, I'm saying she's in the wrong, but I am saying it's her day more than anyone.
Well, I think she's lost context of what the day is about.
It does seem that way,
The
yes.
party can be just as fun with the great-grandmother there or whomever. The lady has lived through a world war, probably a depression, and the 60s.
Yeah, your party
She's
ain't
going to
gonna-
be okay at your party.
That's right. It's not going to kill her.
And that's the thing. I wouldn't come out and say this on Reddit. What I would do is allow her to come, and then you just stay away from her.
Well,
Like,
that's what
if you
I'm
don't want
saying.
to take
yeah.
care of her.
Yeah. Why do you care what she thinks about the party?
Yeah, if you can't outrun an 85-year-old lady, then you're not having a good party at all.
Or just get the old lady drunk.
It's probably going to happen either way. Yeah.
That would be a sight.
Yeah, let her do the milk crate challenge.
When
how has that?
What is this, by the way?
Oh, it's by the way, the falls are awful.
They are.
They're actually fun to watch.
I didn't know anything about it until poker last night. And the guys said something about milk crate challenge. I was like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. So
Everybody
of course,
show up last night?
So not everybody. Yeah. They showed up, just not a lot of talking. So milk crate challenge, you stack milk crates into a pyramid. Rockstar is going to pull it up for us. And you walk from one side of the pyramid to the other on milk crates.
It's not going to end good.
And you fall.
No, the falls are terrible.
Yeah. I mean, you look like you're breaking your back.
No, I think you could break a rib if you land on a milk carton.
But what everyone wanted to are asking the question now is, where's everybody getting all these milk crates
That's what
from?
I was wondering because
Yeah.
it takes a good. I haven't counted, but
I mean, look,
it feels like it takes a good 30 to pull this off.
I can't remember the last time I saw a milk carton in the wild. I think it was probably when I was in middle school, out back at the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't understand why people are doing this.
Oh, our youth director at church looked like that guy.
Oh, oof. I wanted to see the aftermath of that one that.
Oh, yeah. The
Yeah.
falls are spectacular.
Oh, my gosh.
You're lucky if you just fall on the ground. Most people
That's
are
right.
actually falling on the crates.
Oh,
God. No, somebody will end up paralyzed.
Oh, yeah. I saw somebody on, oh, my.
Oh no, big guy. No.
Oh.
Listen, if you're
This is fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh, and then a friend walks up and kicks that one out. That's not good.
Yeah,
that's
that's
right.
warranted an ass whipping from that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, because he landed rib on
a
milk carton.
crate. Yeah.
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 It's no good.
Milk crate challenge, courtesy of Famous News and all the other people that allowed us to show that video.
So when emergency services in France got a call about a body, quote, body in a canal, they were prepared for the worst. Police and firefighters raced to the scene but found it was a false alarm, and an amusing one at that. Officers in central France were called by a couple on a bike ride. Cycling next to the canal, they thought they saw a corpse taped up in a black bin bag floating next to a heap of branches and reeds. Couple called police 12:30 p.m. on Tuesday. They hauled the body back to the banks with the help of the firefighters. To their amazement, it turned out to be an inflatable sex doll.
Oh. Not an
Was she
accident.
okay?
Yes.
Officials now have invited the doll's owner to visit the police station to, quote, collect her.
We broke up. We
not
broke
on my
up.
watch.
We broke up. I'm done with her.
That's going to be an embarrassing visit to the police station.
Hey, these are interesting. These are useful tips that Rockstar has compiled to control your body. First one, if you ever feel your gag reflex come on when you're eating food, brushing your tongue or doing something else, literally all you have to do is grab your left thumb in your hand and the gag reflex will go away.
I need that at the dentist because they
like
don't
that.
stick that thing when they're x-raying your teeth far enough back into your throat. They need to go just a couple of inches further back.
Come on, you can go deeper. Do it.
I'm holding my thumb. Don't worry.
Okay, here's another one. If you feel an uncomfortable itch inside of your throat, which I get that sometimes.
It makes me cough.
Try scratching the back of one of your ears. This will help the itch go away.
It is impossible not to do exactly what Lance is telling us to do.
It is funny.
during the story.
I was scratching my
inside
ear
the
when
ear?
you did that. I had a scratch inside my ear.
I've heard this one. If you feel very hot or that your body's about to overheat, pour cold water over your wrist. This will help the entire body to cool down.
Yeah, I've always, this sounds really old, like I'm a grandmother, but if I'm really overheated, like on a golf course or something, I'll put the cold compress on my wrist.
Yeah. So normally I go back of the neck. Yeah.
A lot of blood flowing through there, too.
Well, it just cools you down.
Here's another one. When taking a photo, you should always push your tongue to the roof of your mouth when you smile. This makes your smile look more natural, helps chisel your chin, overall making you look more photogenic.
It does not. I just tried that.
I feel so weird smiling that way, though. Do it that way.
That one looks like he's on a pile of football players. It goes back to the Photoshop.
It goes back to the Photoshop. I smile too big, and I can't do the no teeth smile. People are really good at that, but I can't do that. That's not good, Brown.
Why do you want to do the no teeth smile? That's not real.
Because
smile.
I think
never do the teeth smile.
Yeah, no, you're really good at it.
Well, I don't know about that, but I just don't do the teeth smile.
Well, take a compliment. I think you're pretty good at it. Yeah.
Dinner facts. California attorney filed for a restraining order to stop his neighbor's kids from playing basketball, claiming their game dropped the value of his house by $100,000. He was ultimately denied, with the court saying that reasonable people can expect, quote, some inconveniences and annoyances from neighbors.
Well, I'm wondering about that because now I'm in a townhome and it has a shared wall.
Ask Rexor about that.
On
Knew
either
it was
side.
coming. Knew it was coming.
What's the sound in the bathtub?
Well, the first one was that they're getting it on, and I had just come home from a gig. It was 3 a.m. I was like, I got to take a shower and brush my teeth. I was brushing my teeth, and the walls are so thin. They were
That's pretty impressive. It was 3 a.m. for them, too.
commiserating.
Same time zone.
Wow.
Commiserating, all you could hear was, wait, stop. Ow. Can you just wait?
Yeah.
I'm going to get in bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume they're not together anymore.
No.
Fair?
But I'd never met them.
2 nights in this place now.
Shocking you hadn't met your neighbor.
3 nights in this place, and there's not a noise from anyone in the neighborhood.
how
It
nice.
is so quiet.
Yeah.
So we introduced our little puppies back to the house last night from boarding, and they are confused because they've never been to this place before, and they don't understand what's going on, and they are barking constantly.
Oof.
And I am wondering what the neighbors on each side are thinking. And the little long-haired Dotson, when it is not where it wants to be and it wants to go up into the bed, it can't get up on its own, or it wants to go outside, or if Maggie leaves, it doesn't bark. It makes a high screeching sound.
Yeesh.
And it was doing that this morning at 5:15.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I apologize to the neighbors.
Another dinner fact, interesting here. When he was 13 years old, Davy Crockett attacked a school bully. Fearful of his father's punishment, he ran away from home. Over the next 2.5 years, he did odd jobs, learned several woodsman skills, traveled around in 3 states. When he finally returned home, his family couldn't recognize him.
2 years running away because you thought your dad was going to be mad at you.
You know who you look like? It's Davy Crockett. Whew. Little Davy, I don't forget.
How about this
Go
one?
get me a switch.
And back to the movie Stillwater. The majority of the movie takes place in the country of France. But if you lose your driver's license in France because of alcohol, you can then drive a no license required car, which is a small and unpowered car.
It's like the Flintstones.
Yes, can't do as much damage.
Yes. You got to be going downhill all the time.
1982, a freelance writer submitted the screenplay to Casablanca under a different title to hundreds of Hollywood agencies. Of the 79 which read the script, only 33 recognized it, while 38 rejected it, with critical notes like storyline was, quote, weak and dialogue could have been sharper.
And it's Casablanca?
Yeah. It's a good film. You guys ever seen it?
I have not seen Casablanca.
I highly recommend it. You like romantic comedies. It's not a romantic comedy.
Saw it in film class at the University of Montevideo.
Okay, you did see it.
Yeah, 75 scholarships, 21 Division II scholarship
There we go.
athletes.
All right.
Final dinner fact, episode of Beverly Hills 90210 upset many parents because a teenage character suffered, quote, no consequences and showed no remorse for losing her virginity, prompting the network to, quote, punish the characters via a pregnancy scare.
Jeez.
They had to write it in.
Yeah.
I still have never seen an episode, but they had to write that in.
I used to like it.
That'll
I
show
was a big
them.
fan back in the day.
That'll show them. And that is Trash with LT. Finally got it right. Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, if you are looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
Yankees and Braves continue their series tonight. The Yankees going for their first 11-game win streak since 1985. The official announcement of the alliance between the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Pac-12 is coming up at 1 o'clock Central today. And congratulations to Evan Neal and Will Anderson of Alabama. They are first-team All-Americans. Lance and the rest of us will be back on the next round after this.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the next round. There's no right answer for any of those questions. But if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
The next round kickoff will be at Walk-Ons, August 26th. I'm Ryan Brown. Join the entire next round team. Starting at 5 o'clock, we'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The next round kickoff, Thursday night at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Top of the hour, Brandon Marcello will be with us in about 10 minutes. Kickoff party Thursday night at Walk-Ons, and this part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo, 21 Division II NCAA Division II scholarship sports. The first university with a sponsored esports team, also a championship bass fishing team, and all your other traditional stick and ball and Olympic sports. 21 Division II scholarship sports. Your son or daughter can find a home at Montevallo. Also 75 majors. If your son or daughter is looking for that place to go to school, currently Montevallo waiving ACT and SAT requirements through the fall of 2022. Book an in-person tour or learn more by going online on a virtual 3D modeling immersive tour right there online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Southern Living named Montevallo one of the South's most beautiful campuses. My school, I'll tell you, it's a beautiful place. Check them out online with all their new buildings going up at montevallo.edu. As we get ready for the start of this college football season, Pro Football Focus has given us some of the most underappreciated players in college football this year. And I'm going to bounce a couple off of you, and I just want your reaction to your thoughts on these players. If you look around at say, I don't know, quarterback, Arkansas State, the Hatcher kid, that's the quarterback over there. Lane Hatcher. I think he's one of those guys that is a little underappreciated, according to Pro Football Focus. You have a variety of these guys in college football. You go to almost anywhere in the group of five, you're going to find some guys that aren't appreciated enough.
Well, I think what happens with a guy like Lane Hatcher is you've got some high-profile group five guys right now, quarterbacks. When you look at Dylan Gabriel, when you look at Malik Willis, when you look at Grayson McCall at Coastal Carolina, I mean, there's some really good quarterbacks that would start in the SEC, in the Big Ten, in the Pac-12.
Yep. Some others of interest includes a player from Auburn that I wanted to ask you about, because we saw just a snippet of him last year down on the Plains. And, you know, with some people coming in and transfers and the transfer portal, the rosters can change a little bit. But Nehemiah Pritchett down at Auburn, according to Pro Football Focus, is a guy who's poised for a breakout season. But with the transfer in of Drashawn Miller, they point out there, you know, you don't know where his role is going to be, inside or outside for them. But he's a playmaker that Pro Football Focus, the college version, highlights.
And he was forced into action because of injury last year, and when he came in, made an immediate impact. He's one of those guys, I don't know what Kevin Steele was or was not seeing on the practice field. I'm not suggesting that Nehemiah Pritchett wasn't working in practice, but it had the feel of, you know, either the guys in front of him were just that good, or maybe he's one of these guys that is so much better on Saturday than he was Monday through Friday, and they realized that when he played. Nehemiah Pritchett's a good. He's a heck of a player.
Yeah, I mean,
he
really
made some plays.
Didn't see the field in 2019.
Elijah Cooks, wide receiver at Nevada. A lot of people are expecting Nevada to be a sort of surprise team this year, a little upstart. This kid can play a receiver for them.
Well, you know, Carson Strong, their quarterback's one that I didn't mention, and a lot of people think he could end up being a first-round type talent. Boy, man, there are so many Group 5 good quarterbacks. I didn't mention Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of those guys could really start for major programs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Georgia Tech in the ACC. You know, so many great running backs from Tank Bigsby on down in college football. You overlook a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, who was a top 100 recruit back in the 2020 class, and really he is a cornerstone of what Jeff Collins is trying to build in Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, he's a guy that averaged over 5 yards a carry, was a little limited last year. You know, when your leading rusher is a true freshman quarterback in Jeff Sims, that's a problem for Georgia Tech. One of the reasons they lost a ton of games.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want him as your leading rusher. However, watching him play, I think he's got a really good upside.
I agree with you.
I like him.
Yeah, me too. Bo Melton, receiver at Rutgers. Greg Schiano last year probably didn't get enough credit for the wins he got in Rutgers with that roster. I mean, he was only there. That was his first year. He didn't have a chance to transform that roster. He took what he had and won some meaningful football games last year with Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked that team went 3-6 in the Big Ten. I mean, that was, you know, just as good as really when you look at the overall schedule, Penn State, Minnesota, you know, teams that are really, really good, Michigan. And for Rutgers to win that opener against Michigan State, it was their opener because they didn't, I think it was middle of the season. Big Ten didn't start until end of October.
That's right. Yep. They started very deep in the year. So you can get that story and all of our top reads right now at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, and our morning rounds. Brandon Marcello is next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the next round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round Kickoff Party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The Next Round Kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brandon Marcello in just a little bit. national writer for 24/7 Sports. As we move to another hour of the next round, Jim Dunaway along with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Sean Henniger is Rockstar. Scott Forrester is in charge of everything you see video-wise on the next round. Double Down Media right here from the Blue Lake Center off Highway 280, presented by our friends at Bud Light and the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. And hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. Already on the show today, we have had a conversation about Ohio State football with Bobby Carpenter and Clay Travis from Outkick, and we're getting ready for week 0. The stories you need to know as we move to another hour: LSU requiring proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test within 72 hours of kickoff to enter games this year at LSU, but no mention of wearing a mask while at Tiger Stadium. Auburn defensive coordinator Derrick Mason confirming this morning what we talked about on the show on Monday, that he had tested positive for COVID-19. He's coming out of the protocol, about to return to practice with Auburn. They were off on Monday. They are back at work a little bit later on today. The official announcement of the Alliance is coming up 1 hour from now, Central Time, 1 p.m. No schedule plans to be announced. All 3 commissioners will talk: the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Pac-12. And this hour is being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
They are in Tattersall Park, brand new facility there, premier family wellness office in Birmingham. In fact, I trust my family with Dr. Lee Goldenberg. You can as well. Unleash your unlimited healing potential naturally in this beautiful, stress-free environment. Make an appointment now, Greystone Chiropractic. Enjoy a healthier life today. GreystoneChiropractor.com. or call 205-981-8090.
One of my favorites is Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports. Following him on Twitter. Read his stuff at 24/7. So up to date on everything, not just with Auburn anymore. He's a national writer. Brandon, I'll ask you, do you think they will make any kind of significant announcement in an hour when they announce the Alliance officially? And do you think they really will try to change the landscape of scheduling in the immediate future?
Yeah, I don't really think we're going to hear anything explosive out of all this today. I think that the idea here is to kind of just bring everybody on board among these 3 conferences to a point where when it comes to governance issues and more than likely when it comes to trying to figure out TV deals and college football playoffs future when it comes to television, it's for them to all to come together and kind of fight off, or at least get some balance when it comes with the SEC and how, the SEC and ESPN have kind of almost tried to monopolize things, at least in their eyes. So this is more or less about trying to figure out a way to I guess, get more money out of their own television deals here in the next, 5 to 10 years. And anything else that they might agree on, particularly when it comes to college football playoff expansion and how that looks, that's something that they'll also discuss and talk about. But when it comes to, these ideas of scheduling or any type of super conference or anything like that, I think that's some far-fetched ideas that really probably won't be discussed all that much.
I know there's more of an expectation for Ole Miss in 2021, but if I asked you more improved in year 2, Mike Leach in Mississippi State or Lane Kiffin in Ole Miss?
I think it'll be Mississippi State, just because I think what we saw last year was just so far away from what you expect from a Mike Leach team, particularly offensively, that I think that what they're going to do this year is, challenge to finally get back into a bowl game by being bowl eligible, getting up to 6 wins. Now with Ole Miss, Ole Miss is kind of my surprise team this year. And when I say surprise, I mean a team that could potentially challenge, if everything goes right, to win 9 games this year, which would be really, really big for them. But if you look at what they did last year, Ole Miss, I mean, the offense is ready. We all know that. But if that defense just improves a little bit, which it should, because it was pretty bad last year, that's a program that should win 2-3 more games than they did last year and make that jump. But when we're talking about just overall picture, I think the improvement will be from Mississippi State. And, with all the receivers they've got this year, the new players, so to speak, the transfers, Mike Leach has kind of got the type of players that he really wants there. It's just a matter of seeing if they can all kind of line up and get things going there early in that schedule.
Brandon Marcello is with us, national college football reporter for 24/7 Sports at @BMarcello on Twitter. Give me a team that you, Brandon Marcello, are buying a little more than everybody else. Who is a team that you might be higher on than just about anybody you've seen nationally?
That's a good question. Quickly with the SEC, I'm pretty high on Mizzou. I think they might finish third in the SEC East, which isn't necessarily a huge deal. Nationally, elsewhere, I'm pretty high on USC. I know everybody, we kind of expect them to maybe challenge for the Pac-12 and everything, but everybody's kind of hesitant to do so because of Clay Helton and the lack of confidence people have in him as a head coach. But they've got the talent there this year to get to the playoff and potentially go undefeated this year in the Pac-12. Now, like I said, everybody's hesitant because of Clay Helton, and I am a little bit too. But if they can figure out that offensive line, and that offensive line can somehow improve from last year, that's a team that should win that division and should win the Pac-12, in my opinion. They've got all that talent. And I'm interested to see how they kind of do there in the first half of the schedule and how they navigate that. But they get that offensive line together. Watch out for USC.
In that same city, Brandon, we get a sneak peek of UCLA in week 0 against Hawaii, and then LSU makes their first trip ever to play in that historic stadium there in Pasadena. What are you making of UCLA this year, and do they have a chance to maybe go toe-to-toe and shock the world a little bit by upsetting LSU in week 2?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a much closer game than a lot of people think here early, particularly because, one, UCLA is going to have a head start having a game under its belt, and two, of course, being able to host LSU. And, listen, that's a game LSU should win just based on talent alone. But with UCLA, that offense is really going to be chugging along here this year because a lot of those same players that really we were criticizing, I should say, that they really weren't able to get things on board there under early with Chip. Those guys have been playing for 2-3 years now, and that's really a veteran group now and pretty talented. And I think UCLA is a team that should be able to challenge, maybe win 7-8 games this year. Is that good enough to beat LSU? Probably not, but I do think that's a game that's not going to be far apart from each other as far as a double-digit spread or anything like that. I think that'll be a one-score game.
What would be more surprising to you this year? Texas A&M wins the SEC West or North Carolina wins the ACC?
That's a good question. I'll say North Carolina wins the ACC. That would be more surprising to me, though I think that either one would be very, very big. But I just don't see it from North Carolina this year. I actually think they're actually going to take a little bit of a step back from last year this season, just because I'm not so sure that they're going to be able to hold things together in the trenches consistently through the year. And with that schedule, I mean, listen, they've got an easier schedule than Texas A&M, but, facing Miami and then, of course, going to the ACC championship to probably face Clemson, I'm not so sure that they can pull that off. And, with A&M, they've got the talent to contend now in the SEC and win every game if they need to. Of course, we've got the big question about the quarterback situation there, but considering, quote-unquote, Alabama reloading this year, maybe A&M can do it, and it won't be so surprising when we look back on it on paper and we go, well, you know what, maybe we were too high on Alabama because of what they replaced. But, either would be pretty shocking to me, but I think more shocking would be Carolina.
Brandon Marcello for a few more moments, 24/7 Sports at @BMarcello on Twitter. So much focus is on Scott Frost in this game Saturday, but it is Brett Bielema's return to college football with Illinois. What should we expect from Bielema at Illinois? I mean, can he win there? Not many other people have.
Yeah, that's a program that can win 8 games, a year. It can. They can do it there. Now, they can't do it right now, not with the talent he's got there. What helps Bielema, though, here in the short term, actually, is considering his past with just getting huge offensive linemen and bulking them up and then getting a good running back behind them and winning maybe 4 or 5 games just because of that. You know, Illinois can do that this year. Their offensive line might be one of the top 3 offensive lines in the Big Ten this year, with all things considered. And if they go with that offensive philosophy that Bielema has always utilized, that's a program that could win this year, maybe 4, 5, 6 games, 6 games being the top. But, you know, considering where Illinois has been the last 3 years, that would be pretty substantial. And but it all starts with offensive line, and that's the strongest group on that entire team. So I think Bielema's got a chance here to win a few games, maybe upset a team. And, you know, in fact, I think Illinois will probably knock off Nebraska this week, which would, boy, that's going to turn up the heat big time on Scott Frost.
My gosh.
Yes.
I can't. I mean, with the off-the-field stuff, Brandon, you've done this a long time, and we talked about it the day it happened. The off-the-field NCAA stuff smells a lot like people that might want to have a reason to fire Scott Frost, leak that to the media.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one of the rumors out there that going around. You know, but I'll say this, with Nebraska, everybody's kind of focused on that buyout of Scott Frost being around $20 million and how big it is. But if Nebraska wants to get rid of Scott Frost, they'll get rid of him. NCAA investigation or not, huge buyout or not. I think that there's enough people in the background that if things go south again this year, and by going south, I mean pretty much maintains its heading over the last 2 years, they'll make a change. I don't think that this NCAA investigation is going to speed that up at all.
All right, he is Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, at @BMarcello on Twitter. Great follow there, and great to read his stuff at 24/7 Sports. Brandon, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
Hey, no problem. Thanks.
All right, buddy, take care. One thing on that Nebraska staff, by the way, is they've got a weird clause. I saw it in their contracts that the assistant coaches, the minute Scott Frost is fired, their job's terminated. Now, I think Nebraska, they would obviously maybe want to keep some to keep recruiting going.
Well, you got to have an interim coach,
An interim coach, but they don't have any obligation to keep those guys on. And I don't know if that even comes with a buyout. I don't know if that means their contract's canceled and they don't owe them money. I'm not sure how that works, but I saw somebody talking about it when all this Scott Frost stuff came out, that it's very unique in college football, that situation.
I mean, if I'm Scott Frost and I have that first meaningful season, I try to change that for my coaching staff.
Do you know what the problem with that is? Scott Frost has not had that first meaningful season. Was he 12-20?
We had the meaningful season getting that Nebraska job. I'm shocked that clause is even in there.
Mm-hmm. Forrester, if you'll give me the stake bet lights, I will bring up another shocking thing, is that I've been waiting for a meaningful season from Tennessee in forever.
Good luck.
10 wins is all I need. And my goodness, we keep expanding football. I can't get 10 wins out of this team.
Nope.
I mean,
you ain't getting it this year.
And it counts with a bowl game. And I can't even get 10 wins out of Tennessee with a bowl game.
Wait, what do I need? A divorce from Bill and Timberlake?
Yes, Timberlake and Bill, which they seem to be
that
rock solid.
That has lasted the test of time, and
they're so in love.
Has gotten past a tiny bit of a scandal.
Well, he did get past a little bit of a scandal.
He writes love notes.
Bill's doing a lot less, though, Rocky. And this is what happens to actresses in Hollywood the older they get. When she hits that 40 threshold, which I think she's at right now.
She's more of a producer now. She's producing several things.
Yeah, she has a series that is pretty highly regarded. That
I need her to stop working. If she would stop working, they would get a divorce.
I bet you.
I need him to go on tour again.
I don't need him to go on tour again.
I know Dunaway. I know the way he thinks. I bet your favorite Jessica Biel moment is, I can't even remember the movie it was.
The terrible baseball movie?
Yeah, she's got her hat on backwards, and she catches a strike and does that. I bet that's your favorite Jessica Biel moment.
I thought she jumped in that pool naked, didn't she?
Okay, I bet that's your second favorite.
She had underwear on. Bra and panties.
No shoes, though, right?
Summer Catch, though, man. It's those two together.
That movie is awful.
Never seen it.
Fantastic. Are you kidding me?
It is awful.
I may watch it tonight.
You probably will. It's garbage.
It's end of summer. Get a lobster roll.
Oh,
Rock,
you ever seen Summer Catch?
No, come on now. Come on.
You're missing it, man. It's a great movie.
No, it's terrible.
Great movie.
Is it as good as Fever Pitch with Jimmy Fallon?
Never saw that.
I never saw that.
The only thing I remember about that was actually watching the Red Sox win that World Series, and I was like, what in the hell are Drew Barrymore and Jimmy Fallon doing out there celebrating with them?
Filming a movie.
It worked out good. It was a good scene for them. Yeah. I mean, that the Red Sox actually won it, and they were able to stage that on the field.
Would we have gotten away and they never make that terrible film if they never win the World Series?
I think they would have just staged it Hollywood-esque like that. All right. Appreciate Brandon being with us. Don't forget the Legion FC this weekend. Big match at home, 6:30 Saturday night. Number 1 Louisville in town to play number 2 Legion FC right in Birmingham downtown before Auburn and Alabama open up their college football season next weekend. Your hometown Birmingham Legion FC has a huge Saturday night clash of its own this weekend. Central Division leading Louisville City FC is in town. 6:30 kickoff, BBVA Field. Louisville City has been the best team in the USL Championship Division for a number of years now, as the team has made the conference finals 6 years in a row. So this is the team Birmingham has to get by to eventually win the cup. You can get tickets. They want a packed stadium this week to help the home team win. BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com. When you leave this website or this app, go over to the Legion app or BHMLegion.com and get your tickets by 2, by 4, by 8 for this Saturday night's game, 6:30, right there at BBVA Field. All right, let's do 3 and Out. It's brought to you by LT. A little Ohio State theme, I assume.
I've got some Ohio State in here. I'm kind of all over the place, I think.
A little bit of that in there, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire, 4 locations, including in Moody, where our man Scott Forrester calls home.
Yeah, it's still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations that you mentioned, a Vulcan Tire and Auto, for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, more total touchdowns this year.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud at quarterback, or the combination of Zeke Elliott with the Cowboys, Justin Fields with the Chicago Bears, and Dwayne Haskins with the Pittsburgh Steelers if he plays.
So I get 3 guys. 2 of them definitely are going to play.
Yeah, but I mean the Haskins one is
that's a
I
red
think he's
herring.
going to be the 2. I think he's going to overtake Mason Rudolph as the 2.
Well, yeah, but that, I mean, you're just saying Roethlisberger's bound to get hurt.
And today, Andy Dalton's named the starter for the Bears. So I've got a guy who's lucky to be on the roster, a guy who's going to be the backup rookie.
No, I think
and
Fields,
Zeke Elliott.
I think Fields eventually starts over Dalton.
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah.
I'll go C.J. Stroud. After all that,
I think I would go C.J. Stroud.
I'd
too.
go C.J. Stroud.
Starting quarterback in that offense, full 12-game schedule, you're probably looking at 40 total touchdowns.
Well, I
Minimum.
go to 2019. You want to take a guess what Justin Fields' first year as a starting quarterback total touchdowns was?
42.
51.
51.
Wow.
So 40 minimum, I would say.
Yeah, and Zeke, his top touchdown production ever, I think, is 16. And let's just say that you gave Fields 25, which is a high number. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Second down.
I like the way you stacked 18 players in there to try to fool.
Well,
us.
I was hoping that you would take the 3 players. And
Steak
there was a little bait to that.
Yeah.
We'll
That's
get
all
those
you do in
numbers.
4 downs anymore. Forget the quality of question. It's just all
That's
baiting.
not a bad question. It's a fun question.
No, it's not a bad question. But
Okay, maybe this will be better for you, Dunaway. Next national championship first. Would you go SEC basketball or Ohio State football?
I think I'd go Ohio State football. I mean, Ryan Day's eventually going to win this thing. My gosh, he's in the playoffs every year. Those are the only games he loses. Now, recruits is, just like Urban Meyer was. He obviously can coach. That system is working. They dominate that conference. They will win one eventually.
So his 2 losses are Clemson in a iffy call game, some bad breaks.
Well, they got
bad throw from Fields at the end.
Yeah, they got a bad call, bad throw from Fields, and they just let Clemson drive right down their throat for the touchdown.
The Turner kid who had the interception in that game, is he still at Clemson?
Nolan Turner
From
Vestavia?
Yeah,
he's still there.
Still at Clemson.
Yeah, he's assistant head coach now. He's been there that long.
He's a player coach.
I mean, Dabo doesn't lose assistants. Apparently, he doesn't lose players either.
Yeah, he seems like he's been there forever. Of course, Kevin seemed like he was in Tuscaloosa forever.
That's true. Kevin did have a long career.
Yeah. I think that was the first player I ever remember, how everyone's got a player now, they joke about returning for his 10th year. Like Will was that guy, the receiver for Clemson was that kind of guy.
No, there's a bunch this year because of the extra year.
That's right, yeah.
Like Chris Owens is still on the team at Alabama.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
I think it's his 6th year. Yeah,
I mean, how long has Brock Purdy played at Iowa State?
Oh my goodness,
Derrick King again. He's been around the world.
Yeah, he's playing as many teams as Josh Rosen.
Are you taking SEC basketball or Ohio State football?
I'm going to take Ohio State football.
I am too.
Third down.
What happens first? Michigan actually beats Ohio State in football, or Rockstars Detroit Lions go back to the playoffs?
Michigan will beat Ohio State.
I think
Definitely.
Michigan will beat Ohio State.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
I watched your boy Jared Goff the other night, Rocky. It's gonna be a long year for you.
How?
Yeah, not as long as last year.
How did the Rams dump that guy in Detroit?
I know. They fleeced him.
I think I would actually. I'm thinking about taking Detroit to get back to the playoffs first.
For steak?
Just because I want to see how bad you can jinx this Michigan thing. See how long this thing can go.
No, Michigan will beat Ohio State before the Lions are back in the playoff. I would easily go a royal betting state.
Well, I know that isn't easy because you're in one-game situation, and Michigan does have the talent. The problem with Detroit now in this 17-game season is you've got to win 10 games. With Matt Stafford there this year, they couldn't win 10 games.
But this is the ultimate test of the landmine. We're going Michigan beating Ohio State or Detroit making the playoffs.
That's right.
I mean, that is the ultimate landmine test.
Yeah. It really is. I'll do it. What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just to see. And Rockstar, for you. And for that guy that I watched the other day on Barstool.
Thank you. That poor guy.
Him too.
Fourth down.
Just hand them to you now. Hand them to you.
Jimmy needs it.
Who wins playoff game first, Urban Meyer or Dan Mullen?
I mean, Urban's a good 2 years from the playoffs, if that.
Oh,
I would say Urban never coaches in the playoffs.
Yeah, his next playoff win will be in college.
At USC?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Dan Mullen, his best team at Florida was technically a game away from the playoffs. If they beat Alabama, they're in the playoffs. Last year, right?
I mean, Florida's got the talent if things broke right this year.
Actually, if they beat Alabama, I don't know that they were. That LSU loss was a weight around their neck.
Texas A&M would have been in for sure.
Probably so.
At that point.
And in front of them.
I'm going to say Dan Mullen is in the playoffs. I'll take Dan Mullen in that bet.
No, it's to win a playoff game for
Well, I'm going to go Dan Mullen still, Jim.
Because it's a 12-team playoff when he gets there.
Yeah, and Urban, I would say it's far more likely Urban doesn't even go to the playoffs than wins a game.
Yeah, if it would stick at 4, I would do stake on Urban Meyer. Because I think Urban Meyer will get them to the playoffs. I think it'll be a couple of years.
And I don't know that I don't think he will. And I don't know that we overreacted probably to Jameis Winston against the team that was picking number 1 last year. Maybe we're overreacting to Urban Meyer's offense last night because it was a preseason game. But that is an awful offense.
I would do this, Dunaway, if you're willing. I will take Urban Meyer to get Jacksonville to the playoffs before Dan Mullen wins a playoff game.
3 stakes and out?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just
we'll call it steak and shake.
It's just the Jaguars getting to the playoffs before Dan Mullen actually wins a game in the playoffs.
Okay. JD takes Mullen winning a playoff game. Can I get Mullen winning a playoff game, college or pro? Just Mullen winning a playoff game?
I think you ought to get that, yeah.
Winning a playoff.
Yeah, but I get Urban Meyer winning or getting to the playoffs in either with the Jaguars
and you get
or
Urban
college.
in playoffs in either NFL or college.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
All right, there's 2 stake bets. Have we done 4 downs yet?
Yeah.
3 and out.
We went 3 and out.
There's a 4th down in 3 and out.
Yeah, we just did it.
Yeah.
Hey, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take your vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hunter Renfro, not Will. Thank you, Ben, for that one. Hunter Renfro was at Clemson forever. Since Moby Dick was a minnow. The name, image, and likeness opens up a lot of jokes to that. Chris Owens has been in Alabama so long, his NIL is with AARP.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, Tim, for that one. Great story on J.R. Smith. We'll talk about when we come back. And AB from Huntsville asked the question, can J.R. Smith actually land an NIL deal? We'll talk about that and a lot more going on in college football when the next round rolls on.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's tributes in oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Always love your input on how you can make the experience better, and Cody brings up a good one. Do you guys have all the stake bets posted on the website? You should. I agree, Cody, and I can do that now. I have the technology to put that on the website. So I have almost all the ones from the history of the show.
Yeah, except the Ole Miss being in the top 25 this preseason.
Which you still today don't believe.
I think we missed some, but that's okay.
We'll try
I'm
not
sure
to miss
some have gone in my favor.
We'll try not to miss one ever again if I did miss that one.
So nextroundlive.com, we will have a stake bet page at nextroundlive.com.
I'm going to simply try. I will have it up maybe by 2 o'clock today if it's as simple as cut and paste. If I have to retype all of them, then we may never have them. It may be from this point
Oh,
forward.
no, you'll do it.
Yeah. So
I know you.
But we'll see. We'll see. But that's a great idea. And I appreciate you suggesting that, Cody. NextRoundLive.com. Another great suggestion is Odie's.
Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Remember, tomorrow it's Team Trivia Night. Every Wednesday, Ryan Brown is going to be filling in for Will Haver tomorrow night. But if you're driving around right now looking for that incredible lunch, stop in. Delicious burgers, award-winning wings, salads, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. They've got an incredible patio as well to sit out there, enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village.
Matt points out that it is obvious you guys own everything with the new show, that we're all using coasters now for our drinks.
That's right.
Next round coasters, in fact.
Oh, these are good, too.
Yeah, don't get that one.
No, those are.
Don't get that one too close to the screen. We'll tell that story one day. So
Maybe sooner than later.
Yeah. And the next round shop will be up very soon at nextroundlive.com.
Yeah, you and I were on the same page on something. And
We just saw a sample of something that will be available at nextroundlive.com, a piece of clothing, but it's not available yet.
I wouldn't call it clothing.
Oh, my God.
I know. But it's not available yet. So
Would you call it clothing?
I mean, it's
Jeez.
merchandise. You could go clothing.
Boy,
It's an accessory.
You know I love you like a brother, Jim, but when you do that, it really drives me crazy.
I mean, it was.
I mean, just
I didn't want him to think it
nitpick.
was just only clothing. There's some other merchandise,
Accessories.
Flamethrowers, stuff like that. Yeah.
Never mind.
I really wish you would have gone to Alien Fest with him.
I volunteered.
I would have killed him.
I volunteered to drive all the way.
A lot of desert, a lot of bodies.
Will these next round live mouse pads be available?
I don't think anybody wants one of those.
That is not true. Who doesn't want? I wish I used a mouse. I like it so much.
You know what mine's doing? It's holding my phone.
I'm actually using mine.
I know, Lance, of all the people, Lance is the one using the mouse.
He's got the.
At least it's a wireless mouse. Koozies. Goose asked for koozies. We can do koozies, right? Next round koozies.
Oh,
Yep.
hey, if they look like this, picture this.
Just turn
It's a big mug.
Wrap it around.
No, we can do next round Yetis like that.
Oh, yeah? Next round Yetis?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're kind of cover something.
How good is it, Jim?
It looks like I'm a teeny tiny guy drinking a normal.
Yeah, we'll have a ton of stuff, but there was one item, an accessory, and it wasn't available yet. So I said I don't think I'd show it to the people. They can't buy it yet.
And I said, let's show it and tell them it's coming soon.
Yeah. So
But
anyway,
Brown doesn't like to tease. He always delivers.
Right. I like to
He
deliver.
never played back up to anybody at second base
Nope.
at Thompson.
Nope.
All right, here's the question from earlier in the show that was hinted when everyone was talking about if we're going to this new model that the Alliance is going to announce, at some point you got to do the schedules different in the SEC. And AD Keith Carter at Ole Miss says he is in favor, as a number of SEC ADs are, in changing the schedule model for the SEC. And there'll be talk about going to 9 games, 10 games, staying at 8. But how are you going to schedule with all these teams adding Oklahoma and Texas in? And people talked about sticking with divisions and moving Alabama and Auburn to the east. So what came up from JD in Huntsville, and many of you reacted in all the chat rooms, was you may have to lose a rivalry game. And he mentioned losing Alabama LSU because LSU would stay in the west and Alabama would go to the east. If I asked you guys, as people who've covered the SEC in forever, would you rather lose Alabama and LSU every year or Alabama and Tennessee every year?
Well, I mean,
Alabama and LSU or Alabama and Tennessee?
if you ask the question right now, I'd rather lose Alabama and Tennessee. That has not been a competitive game. I mean, there have been, in the Saban era, Lane Kiffin almost won.
Butch Jones almost won.
Butch Jones almost won.
That
There have
was
been 2 competitive games in the Saban era. The LSU game has traditionally been the biggest SEC game of the year. It will not be this year. It's going to be Alabama, Texas A&M, or another game.
But many times it was the biggest game in college football.
I mean, many times, to make that point, many times CBS started by saying, we're mandated to carry the cocktail party. We're carrying that. Our second decision is we got Alabama, LSU in our primetime game.
Yep.
I mean, CBS did that a number of years. So that tells you where that game fell. So, yeah, if you ask right now, I don't want to lose that game.
Yeah, but to me, the only rivalries that matter for Alabama, it seems like Georgia's got more rivals than we've talked about this before than anyone. For Alabama, it's obviously Auburn, and then I think right now it is LSU. I think it's Tennessee. Those are really the only 3 that matter, right?
Well, I'm
just saying if you realign, You've got to find a way, if you're in a different division than LSU, you know you're going to be in the same division as Auburn.
Forget the guaranteed win that Tennessee has become for Alabama. Do you think Alabama fans right now, if we went to the polls and voted, and you said you could trade, don't consider the guaranteed win nature of the Tennessee game, you could trade a yearly game with Tennessee for a yearly game with Georgia? I think Alabama fans would sign right up for that.
Yeah, I think fans like going to big games.
I do too.
Yeah,
and that
they
Tennessee
like
game,
watching big games.
And there are a lot of old school Alabama fans out there that never get tired of beating Tennessee. But here's the sad state for Tennessee. There are a lot of Alabama fans out there who don't even remember losing to Tennessee hardly. Yeah. I mean, it's been almost 15 years, right?
Yeah, and see that's to me, and I think you still have a rivalry, even if it's not played every year. Alabama and Tennessee would be a rivalry game when it rolls back. Georgia and Clemson's a rivalry game. They're opening the season against each other this year. They don't play each other every year, but that's a rivalry game. Those campuses are really close together, Clemson, South Carolina, and Athens, Georgia. So I think you don't have to play every year to have a rivalry game. I'd be okay losing Alabama and Tennessee on an annual basis as long as it's rotating back in. Every recruiting class gets a chance to play that game home and away.
I think
so
for
if you're
Jimmy Alabama to say this, it shows you how far Tennessee has fallen.
Well, if you flip it around, I mean, like if I don't get it in 21 and 22, but I get it in 23, 24, and I don't get it in 25, 26, but I get it back in 27, 28, so I'm getting it 4 times every 8 years, is it really going to be that big a deal?
Yeah, this used to really bother me. Just because it's one of the games I grew up on. I wanted to make sure we kept Auburn, Georgia. I wanted to make sure we kept Alabama, Tennessee.
Yeah, but those were always great games.
They
if
were.
Tennessee right now was Georgia or Florida in the East, there is no Alabama fan that would want that game to go away.
Yeah, but the longer we've gone down this road, the more I'm okay with what you're saying. Because if you got it 2 out of every 6 years, or is that what you're saying, or 4 out of every 6?
4 out of every 8.
Yeah, 4 out of 8, then it would. I don't think you would miss it.
You don't miss it
the
that
2
much.
years you don't have it.
And listen, I don't want Texas and Oklahoma to come into the league, and then Alabama and Auburn never get to play them.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You want to go to Austin, you want to go to Norman. I've never been to either one of those locations. I know you've been to Norman.
If I got to put up with those egos in our league, heck, I want a chance to beat them on Saturday. I don't want Texas and Oklahoma coming in, and Alabama and Auburn don't get to play them.
Well, and I think with Texas and Oklahoma coming in, it's different because there is the element of the unknown. I mean, if Alabama was to play Texas neutral site, you figure Alabama wins that game, but it still could be interesting. Right now, Alabama plays Tennessee, you know the outcome.
Yeah.
And as much as Alabama fans want to win, they want to dominate, I think there is something to at least going into a Saturday. You were talking about big games, knowing not only it's a big game atmosphere, but at least having the hint. You never want to lose the game as a fan of that school, but you don't want to know that you're going to win by 28, do you?
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't. And I think what we're getting to is, in order to, I think, satisfy the most number of people, that you get rid of the cross-divisional permanent rivals, right? No matter how you divide up the divisions, you get rid of those cross-division permanent rivals. So if you divide into divisions, you play those division games annually, and then you rotate through the other division as fast as you can so that everybody gets that experience, right? That's to me is what I would prefer to see happen. And that, and if Alabama goes to the East and you keep Alabama, Tennessee, you keep Auburn and Georgia, and then you get Alabama, LSU on a rotating basis, and as John points out, you get Alabama, and Goose does the same thing. You get Alabama and Georgia in the regular season now because they'd be in the East, and you just would see Alabama, LSU when they meet in the SEC championship game or when it rotated around.
I don't know. I mean, and listen, Alabama, LSU was an absolute blowout. It was a bloodbath last year. Now, 2 years ago, it was a classic game at Bryant-Denny that determined a national championship berth, basically, national championship game berth.
I just
at the time it did.
If Alabama and Auburn gets pushed to the East, I know Auburn fans have wanted this for years, it's going to feel like the other division is where a lot of fun is happening. LSU, Texas A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma, that's where I want to be.
That's what Georgia and Florida feel right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you're a Georgia fan, man, I know it's harder over there, but just think of all the big games we'd have if we had to play Alabama, LSU, Auburn. Well, they already play Auburn, Texas A&M every year. Now throw Texas and Oklahoma in there.
Yeah,
that's where I want to be.
I'm with you.
I do think there's an element to, once we go to a 12-team playoff, the ability to lose 2, maybe even 3 games in a crowded SEC, still get to that college football playoff. Right now, I can understand Florida and Georgia. Hey, it comes down to one game. We win that one game. We get a shot at Alabama.
Has anybody looked at North and South rather than East and West?
I have not. Have you?
I haven't. I just wonder where the line would be. Generally, you don't do that because the purpose of East and West is keeping it a car league, which it's it's becoming less and less of a car league, obviously.
Well, you drove it. You drove past
Okay,
it.
so Kentucky, Missouri, South Carolina, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma.
That's your north?
Yeah, it'd be too easy.
Arkansas.
I'm going to grade it on a literal curve
Oh,
here.
my God. That would be a terrible division.
What's the South? Give me the South. That's loaded.
Well, hold on. I'm going to go on a curve here.
Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Auburn, LSU, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Texas A&M,
Woo!
Texas.
God, that South is brutal.
Oh, yeah. The North would be horrible. I would go.
Of course, I got to be honest, geography right now, help me out with Austin and College Station.
Yeah, well,
where
see,
they
I
are.
graded on the curve. You can't see
Okay.
this because it's a white piece of paper and the lights are so bright.
About the worst handwriting I've ever seen you throw.
Well,
out.
it was very
It was
quick.
very quick. So I'm grading on the curve if you wanted a north or south. So that would give me Texas, Texas A&M, Missouri, Arkansas, Vandy, Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina. And then all the good teams basically are, out.
Well, the South would be brutal, but I mean, I think the West is. I say that the West is going to have Alabama. The East would have Alabama and Georgia in it, and Florida and Auburn when Auburn gets back. So I don't know that there's that huge imbalance. It just feels like there is because you're including Kentucky, Vandy, and South Carolina. That makes it feel like there's a big imbalance.
If we didn't have to worry about championships and just made a TV schedule, it'd be a lot easier.
Well,
we just schedule the games we
I
want to
agree.
see.
Do it like the NFL does.
Yeah.
Well, I think about the Big 12. They don't have divisions anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you could actually do 16 teams without divisions.
Alabama's 9 conference games every year would be Texas A&M, LSU, Tennessee, Auburn, Texas, Oklahoma. Just all the teams I want to see.
Idea.
All the TV games.
Crazy idea. Tell me how this one strikes you. What do you got? You got 16 teams?
Yep.
What if you do 4-team divisions and you leave the last 2 weeks open?
That's the pod system. Yep.
So the pod system
is semifinals championship.
I'd love that.
I don't want a semifinals.
Why not?
To see who goes to a conference.
Oh, you'd
championship.
rather watch Vandy and Missouri play?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see a semifinal.
I mean, a
either.
semifinal.
Why would you not want that? We get that in the NFL and you love it.
Yeah, but the conference championship.
Yeah, but you've got still so many layers. You got to go semifinals, SEC championship, then somebody goes to the playoffs, and you've got
You don't want to
all
watch
those teams
that?
probably go to the playoffs. Your 4 semifinalists probably are playoff teams.
You don't want to watch that?
But why are we? I mean, I'm starting to wonder if we go 12 teams, whether a conference championship is even needed. You're going to tell me that if we were 12 teams, that the 2 teams in Atlanta aren't both going to be in the.
Why are you wanting to take away meaningful football games, though?
I just don't think we need the semifinals. I'm okay keeping the championship game, but how important is it going to be now? It's not going to be like 2009, 2008, 2009. The loser of Alabama, Florida couldn't play for a championship. Both those teams would easily be in the playoffs.
Oh, I remember the feeling around that game, though. I mean, it was one of the biggest games you've ever been to.
That's what everyone's worried about, is that you're going to miss those earth-shattering do-or-die situations.
Have we even got
that
to
have
the
defined
point
college
where
football.
SEC fans have accepted Oklahoma and Texas?
Not really, no. I think they're going to have to see it first.
I think coming up here at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock, when the Big Ten and the ACC and the Pac-12 look down their nose and say they're forming an alliance because academically that they are like-minded institutions.
We'll
and
all
it's
be one
not-
family then,
It's
right?
not just
Yep.
about athletics. That when they say all that at the top of the hour,
Yeah.
Texas and Oklahoma will be our blood brothers. At the top of the hour right now, we're about to do that little slice in our hands and do that handshake. You do the right hand, don't you? You do that handshake, we're going to be blood brothers.
Don't you have to kill somebody before you do that?
I think you're raised differently.
No, that's when they slice the hand, they become a made man.
Well, yeah,
they do the blood handshake.
But like these are like 6-year-olds and like 7-year-olds are doing the blood brothers
wow.
thing.
They're not killing people.
No.
Yeah. Weren't the little boys that went walking in the woods and found the dead body?
Stand By Me.
And got leeches on them? What was
But
that movie called?
Stand By Me.
I love Dunaway's plot summaries of movies. They are fantastic.
They did. They found a body by the railroad.
They got leeches
The
on
kid
them.
You
got
guys wanna
leeches
see a
on
dead
him
body?
And his tidy whities, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no. Stephen King story.
It's all I
Richard
remember about
Dreyfuss
that whole
narrated.
movie. That whole movie. It was Richard Dreyfuss.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, Stand By Me. All right, quick break here after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Standard for Insurance, the Standard for Insurance Agency.
Well, Jim Dunaway, having good insurance is very, very important, but affordable insurance is important as well. With auto rates lowering 4 times the last 12 months, now is the time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group. They've been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years, and they have the right products and the right prices to earn your business. Call them today, 205-664-3200, or on the web, standardforInsuranceGroup.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, vulcantireandauto.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLive Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLive Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLive, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLive Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Banter and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Final segment of the show, the last round, if you will, of the Next Round for this episode on this Tuesday. Brought to you in part by the great folks at Sympio. Man, when we started this company, Double Down Media, one of the first things we thought of was calling Sympio.
Yeah, Blake Patterson, his great crew over there. Sympio is one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Sympio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. Sympio takes care of all the BS in every office. When a business joins Sympio, they take care of the 4 pillars. Think about this: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. Things we knew nothing about, things we don't have to deal with now thanks to our friends at Sympio. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net off of their fees. Go online, Sympio.com, or call 205-635-7467. That's Sympio.com or 205-635-7467.
Couple of things I have on my sheet that we didn't get to. Paralympics underway in Tokyo today. That's a lot of athletes who train at Lakeshore here in Birmingham, Alabama. Good luck to all the athletes from around the world there. Herschel Walker has officially registered to vote in the state of Georgia, which many people believe is a prelude to him running for the U.S. Senate in Georgia in 2022. So at one point, 100 seats in the U.S. Senate, 100 voting seats in the U.S. Senate. And Tommy Tuberville, former coach of Auburn, the possibility of Herschel Walker and Tim Tebow someday being senators there as well. The SEC influence. The Northern Senators may need to form an alliance.
That's right. Well, that happened one time.
Yeah. Boy, what a fun time to get into politics, right?
Yeah, boy. I don't know why you would want to do that.
And one day earlier than last year, today's the day Starbucks flipped their menu and the pumpkin spice latte returned, much to the joy of my daughter.
A little hot out there for the old pumpkin spice.
It is. I mean, why are we Christmas decorations will be up before we kick off football one day.
There are certain things that are just so seasonal, but for whatever reason this past weekend I got a bowl of tomato bisque. I don't know if you guys like that.
Maggie had one at lunch yesterday.
It was so good, but it's not tomato bisque season, but for whatever reason I was craving it.
That sounds good.
I had a sushi roll yesterday at lunch.
Steve sushi roll?
From Atix. It had roasted coconut on the top of it. It was a sweet and spicy.
Yeah.
You don't like roasted coconut?
Well, not on my sushi.
It was delicious.
It was delicious. I mean,
uppity mud puddle.
I wanted to ask Rockstar. Charlie Watts has passed away today.
Yeah.
And your
80
thoughts?
years old.
Wow.
Yeah, 80 years old. Your thoughts on the Rolling Stones drummer?
Fantastic drummer. Been with the band since 1963.
Oh.
Is that a long run?
Almost the original drummer then.
It is the original drummer.
Boy, I bet he's seen
or
some
the
sights.
original drummer. You made it sound like he's been with the band since 1963, like
But
there was
just
a drummer before
To
him.
Dunaway's defense.
So I got reeled in saying, wow, 63, that's almost the original drummer. He is the original
No, to Dunaway's defense, I thought he was the original drummer.
Yeah.
So he is. Okay.
And then he has been, him and Mick and Keith Richards are the only 3 that have been on every single album.
So he was drumming when JFK got shot.
Yep.
Wow.
That is pretty incredible. What a heck of a run there.
Wow. We're losing music legends left and
To
right.
be 80 years old and a drummer for a rock band, he didn't do this tour. He pulled out this past summer for an operation he had, which probably led to this. But still, to be 80 years old and still drumming, that's insane.
It is. The arm strength it takes to do a whole concert.
Yeah. He didn't look like, if you look at a picture, you'd be like, that guy's a drummer.
No, he looks like a banker.
Yeah.
Favorite Rolling Stone song?
I like the song Sway. There's too many to name. There's two, like a great song from Sticky Fingers, Sway.
Yeah, a lot of people say Gimme Shelter. I like Paint It Black.
Paint It Black's a fantastic song.
Never have been a big Rolling Stones guy. I do like Gimme Shelter.
You know, I am not a big Rolling Stones fan until I start to listen to them or see them in concert. And I'm like, oh, I like this more than I pretend I don't like them. I don't know why.
I don't pretend that I don't like. I will say there is a version of Gimme Shelter. I've said this before. It was from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions, and
I know what you're talking about.
Bono and Mick Jagger sing it, and then Fergie comes out and sings that female part.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, she slays it.
Great lyrics for that part.
Yeah,
oh wow,
100%.
But she slays it.
The show today brought to you in part as well by our friends at Nut Dust, and it was part of our caption with Nick Saban earlier. From practice last night, Nut Dust, official sponsor of the round table.
You see the old deer right there. I guess it's a deer. Could it be an elk?
Yeah, it could be.
I was wearing the Nut Dust T-shirt unpacking yesterday, and somebody asked me about it.
Hey, there's body powder. Then there is Nut Dust Clean, all natural, 100% talc-free body powder for men and women, born by necessity by 2 kilt-wearing Scots who knows what's what when it comes to keeping their essentials clean and dry. Nut Dust offers a powder
that will make sure that you never need to use a clumpy and chalky body powder again. Go to officialnutdust.com to order. Again, available in 2 sizes, big size here, for great scents. If you put in the promo code NR20 for next round, NR20, you're going to get 20% off your entire purchase, officialnutdust.com.
Vince McMahon, 75 today. Reggie Miller, 55 today. Nobody could hold their shot. Nobody could hold it up in the air like Reggie Miller. Fun to cheer against if you're not a fan of Reggie Miller's teams. Fun show. Don't forget, the replay starts immediately on the app after this quick commercial break, and you can always watch us on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Next Round Kickoff will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round Kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
One more of the Next Round. Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website,
AC checks to make sure you've got
the latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Banter and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com.
More they can do it
Great way to
bumper to
stream
bumper.
the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round.
Winning
to tell you about our
wings,
friends
salads,
at
great
Range,
sandwich.
Headquartered in Birmingham, they are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973. Serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville
Anyone.
to Knoxville.
For Alabama,
providing
it's obviously
residential and
Auburn.
commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. 866-WAYNES1.
Jim Dunaway,